And we're live. Hi, everybody. I am so sorry for being late. I had an overtime shift, and then I proceeded to go have dinner with my dad and my brother, which was good. We had a good dinner. We got to kind of update about our lives and how things were going, and that's just kind of it. So we just did those two things. But today, we're going to go back to being the world's most fail cleric, which I'm very excited for. I've been itching to want to play more of this game, but, you know, life stuff gets in the way and can't always have the time to stream every day, but we're getting there when we can. So, just go ahead and get everything else set up. This. And then that. I'm going to turn the game up a little bit because this is a quieter game. So we're on more Esoteric Ebb, which I'm very excited to get to play more of. So last we left off on this game, if I remember right, we had just talked, or we had just gotten revived. And then after our revival, we bumbled around in the underground area of the spot that we were at. I forgot the exact building name. And we proceeded to talk to this bugbear lady who was guarding an underground passageway for a goblin chieftain. We nearly got eaten by a mimic that disguised itself as a box of sand. We got dissolved entirely by a gelatinous cube. We then proceed to have a nice conversation about side hustles with the kobold, who is the assistant to the, well, not so much assistant, more like a guard, to the guy that runs the place where we got revived. And, oh, they actually have a little summary for you here. That's wonderful. Then we resolved a civil dispute between the dwarves that were wanting to talk about Asgalist and the Free Strider representative, who's this half-orc, I believe, and we got to talking back and forth on that. We resolved the situation, and then then we went through more of the city, and then my stats proceeded to yell at me because I grabbed a pastry out of a garbage can. So, good first day, and that was just day one. And it's not even, oh god, it's just after in-game 2 o'clock. So yeah, good times. And I love this actually, that you get a little session notes kind of sequence of like, hey, here's what you did last time. All right, so last time you got through the whole intro sequence, just a day ago, a local tea shop exploded, and it's your job to figure out why. For some reason, you woke up at the bottom of a morgue. Great start. You had a little chat with Visken, the pale-faced local mortician. That's who it was. Yeah, Visken. Then you went out to explore the city. Now, Tolstad is a pretty big place, but just the tiny snippet that you're focused on already has a ton of people around. You had a ton to look at. Yeah, ton to look at. Now you still need to find that goblin chieftain, and of course, you also took a look down into the city below, which you'll have to return to later. Chris, this is appreciated. I like that a lot. But yeah, I hope you're all doing okay. I'm surviving. It's just a lot of news and stuff just kept happening, and honestly, it's so much has happened, I can't really keep a whole lot of the news straight. All right, can you be talked to? No. Behold, the crate has something in it. Trifle. Sort of Jor. A sack full of cement? There's something else in it, too. Ooh, garden apple. We also fought a skeleton and got his helmet. That's why I have this horned helmet you see here. What is this? Behold, a satchel. It looks greasy. Oily instructions. What the heck? Can I examine? Let's examine these. You hold up the paper, finding it to actually be a torn-out page of a book. The name in the margin suggests the book is called A Gnome Starter Guide to Esoteric Memorization. Read it, it's quite lengthy. The first step to understanding esoteric memorization is understanding the underlying powers at play. Jor's strings stretch across his coast, invisible to the eye yet connected to all things living and dead. A spell is simply a set of rules you must follow in order to manipulate those strings into an esoteric effect. Yet those rules are themselves esoteric in nature. As such, most wizards will find it impossible to remember more than a handful of spells at a time. Keep reading. In this is the big divide. Yeah, this is the big divide between cantrips and actual spells, as cantrips are both easy to remember and will not consume a spell slot. Spell slots are the common representation of how many spells of each spell level a caster is able to perform without rest. As a gnome, you are naturally gifted in the art of illusion magic. Other schools will be more difficult to memorize. A suggested harmless spell to use in training is the first level spell Grease. To increase your chances at memorization, attempt to cast it at least 2 times per day. In the margins, there's a handwritten note. There's a handwritten note that you managed to spot. It's written hastily and bold, like the author really wanted to hype themselves up. It says, "Every evening and every lunch break at work, remember, you can do it." Poor gnome. An esoteric mishap. Magic is a blade without a handle, and so on. Indeed, Grease is a dangerous spell. Intensely dangerous. Learn the spell. You quickly memorize the piece of paper. Oh, cool, so we have Grease now. And we've got 2 first-level spell slots and 1 second. Or no, we've got 4. I think I used 2 already, and then 1 second level. Cool. Behold, a glorious seagull. That's a big-ass seagull. You see a bird sitting on the halfway bridge ruins. It is large, its beady eyes staring into nothing. Greetings, servant of the river. The bird does not appear to react to you. The giant seagull. You have a number of traumatic run-ins with them during your youth. Giant seagull, a native Ascani bird. They are an opportunistic feeder upon the coast, hunting the various large and monstrous fish and crustaceans, as well as scraps left by folk. They are seldom aggressive despite their size. These are not normally a danger to anyone, except you. You are cursed. Nod your head and leave. I am not going to attempt to pet a seagull. So yeah, I've just been keeping up with a lot of game news, but as I said, game news, there's just been so many things. I would genuinely have to keep notes to remember talking points because I've just been tired with work and work stuff and generally life things as well. So I know I picked up some more demos to try out because they had been released, which makes me really happy, but okay, so that's the tea shop. And then I hear a lot of good things about the Witch Hat Atelier release, and Marriage Toxin's also gotten pretty good reception with its debut, which makes me really happy. Bikes? Really? A bike line. One bike stands out to you. A handful of bicycles are stationed at the local rack. Bicycles? That feels really out of place in a fantasy kingdom. Bicycle, a tool for the common man to reach distances effectively and safely, an invaluable tool for an egalitarian society. Bicycle, famously used by free striders during the early revolution to escape the magocratic forces, now a symbol of many free cities in the Reeds. Bicycle, bikes are nice. Bike racks are stationed in many places around the city, usually in locales with lots of stairs. There's a stillness here, an uncommon sight at the heart of the city. This particular bike is yours. Check the chain lock. You lean in and take a closer look. The rusty chain seems brittle, but wrapped so hard around the tire that it would be annoying to get it off even if you had the key. Why would you wrap it like that? You should take better care of this magnificent bike. Wait, this is my bike? Yes, you fool. Keep up. Sure is. Best way to travel in Norvik, except, of course, on this godforsaken island fortress. Where is the key? Not here. Did you lose it somewhere? Could getting the key be a quest? That does sound like a quest you would get. Sounds like a shitty quest. Find the missing key. The mystery of the bike key. Something like that would be perfect. No quest to be found here. Just sadness. Damn. The key is probably at the bottom of the river, along with the rest of your dignity. Hold on. When exactly did I come to Tolstad? On the 21st of March, evening. Then you fell. This is as far as you came. The pain. Sudden and stricken. The hair at the back of your neck stands on end as you sense the sudden shift. I stumbled over the railing? The stone railing? Yes. And you broke the shit out of it. Was I alone? No. A shove in the dark, swift and deadly. Do I recall anything important? You chained the bike. You stood up. Then pain. That's it? That's all I remember? Yes. Alright, so we have our own bike, but we don't know how to get it yet because our key is gone. Who are you? Zerba B.E. Oh! Well, that should be telling of this session. Shit. Alright. Talk to her. Where is she? The dwarven girl gazes around the halfway bridge before her eyes land on you. She says nothing for a while, just staring at you, no real reaction on her face. Citizen? She looks around, clearly nervous. You're worrying her, by your presence alone. I'm waiting for a friend, but she hasn't shown up yet. I'm getting worried. I can help with that. Get excited about the potential yet very minor quest. Oh, okay. She fidgets with her hands and clears her throat. This girl is neurotic and introverted. That's a mean way of phrasing it. But it is true. Her body language reveals all too much. She has glasses. She wears a green coat. She's a human, but not that much taller than me. We were supposed to meet up here, but she hasn't shown up yet. I'll go look for your friend with the glasses. Thanks. I don't spend too much time on Tolstad alone, so I'm a bit lost. So, thanks. Nod and leave. So look for a friend with glasses. The halfway bridge, it connects with the palace and the rest of the southern Norfolk. Okay. Yeah, I've been seeing there's a couple demos that dropped, and then a lot of games also came out too. I saw Replaced came out, and Replaced, I hear, has been getting good reviews, but given how but I also have been seeing that some people have some issues with, like, I think it was some issues with the animations and how they tend to overlap. Such a sneaky staircase. Nice find. Okay. Is there anywhere else that I can go? Just kind of covering my bases here. The most useful tool through human history. What is this? Oh. -2 wisdom, more strength. Okay. Trying to see if there's anything else. Does not look like it. Okay, let me actually see. Wrong one. I want to see real quick my questing tree. We took care of one quest, which was take care of the circle square conflict. Yeah. Okay, let me see what my equipment looks like. Constitution and Intelligence, +1 Wisdom. I want to keep this one on for the esoteric stuff. -2 Strength, plus Con, and plus Wisdom. +1 Con, +1 Strength, -1 Wisdom. -2 Wisdom, +1 Strength. A classic tool showcasing human ingenuity. It carries water well. Any liquid, really. It is indeed just as adaptable as humanity itself. Incredible. Yeah. And this recovers a 2nd level spell slot, which I am not gonna fucking... I am not in any capacity going to do anything with, because, like, why would I do that? Weapon won't go there. Okay, so I need to find... Okay, so that's probably a just regular book slot. Ooh. Yeah, because we got the Norvik news. Okay, so buying it did help. Ah. Okay, so for the feats, we probably don't get anything with that until level 3, since you usually get feats at level 3 in most D&D-like games. Alright. I want to look a little more around this way. An entity. Highly interesting. Just an apple. Drunken Sphinx. Yeah. Okay, so all we really have to do is go to the Goblin Chieftain to have a chat. Drunken Sphinx opens at 6. Alright, so we are... Yeah, we're not even close to the time on that yet. But yeah, I've been seeing a lot of reviews on Replaced. I've been seeing... I've been just seeing a lot of news. A lot of interesting stuff. It's been just kind of like I've absorbed it and I've been forgetting it because it's just not been on my mind lately for talking subjects. Like... I know Tomodachi Life came out and people are playing that to hell and back, but I have not really... I'm not too interested in playing it myself. Not to say like, oh, it's a never say never deal, but I have other Switch games that I'd rather get right now. And from what I'm hearing, it seems like it's fun, but it needs a bit more to it because I'm hearing a lot of... I've been hearing like criticisms of how repetitious a lot of the scenarios and conversations can get, so that's part of why I would hold off on getting it. Me personally. Ooh, baby! Braxo, Pencilwing. Devil, level 2 Scribe, Lawful Evil. Surprisingly content, hard worker. Has a nested interest in the current regime. Devils used to be allowed into the city only on work visas, so he could have served for several decades. Somehow you just know this devil would gladly organize a mass genocide against non-humans in this city. Oh God. This is no ordinary imp. His stature and position implies a former rank. A greater devil? What kind of game is he playing? Braxo, he works for the upper city echelon and knows more than you'll ever hear. The tiny form is a convenience. Keep him as your friend. He will be useful. I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody that'd be willing to just kill a bunch of people with no problem. Also, I see that my con should be high, so why did it say... Oh, wait, no, that was his stats. Okay. Engage. You raise your head towards the sky. Above you sits a tiny red creature. His wings flutter faintly in the wind. The fiend throws a quick glance your way. He's annoyed. An evil creature. Beware. Staring at a piece of paper, he does not acknowledge your presence. What you reading? A sigh escapes the fiend's maw. He slowly puts down the paper. The paper is actually a torn-out page from a magazine. I like the funny pictures. I don't read much unless it's political. I like the articles more. You can read? Congratulations. He's mocking you. Wait, he says, leaning in to get a good look at you. Earthguard? A cleric? Hell's you doing here? That reaction. Your presence here is uncommon. You can go wherever you want. Fuck off. I'm not allowed on Tolstad? Of course you're allowed. Just not often you guys are here. I, for one, am very happy for your presence. This place has gone downhill since the city let the goblins and the Freestriders run amok. We need some damn order in this place. Okay, so he's all about the Nationalist Party, most likely. So if you need any legal advice, just let me know. He gives you a sharp smirk, a tiny sharp smirk. You should be aware of the fact that this is literally a devil. Are you a barrister? A tiny barrister? No, I have no legal position within the city. I'm just fairly knowledgeable in the magistrate's codes. So he works with city law. Ask him for details. He shows you a foul grin. What type of work do you do? If you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life, he says and smirks. So what do you do? Me? I do scribing most days. Some connections with the city, got some connections within the palace, and believe me, phew, has gotten me through some tough times. You see, whenever some rich asshole needs a legal draft in a hurry, who do they send for? The guy with the wings, that's who. He does paperwork, then he must be highly knowledgeable in law. Awfully drab. Always on call, huh? For sure, but I get around quick. What do you do in your spare time? Calligraphy. The art of writing and lettering, something you're quite familiar with as well. A hobby for women and weak men. Fuck off, strength. Oh, and I do love me some reading. Gaining access to the Daroian? Yeah, Daroian Library changed my life. Daroian Library. The largest public library in Norvik. You spent many years in your youth inside those stony walls. What are you voting in the upcoming election? What am I voting for? Same as you, the little devil says with a laugh. The good guys. You're a hardcore Asgalist? What? He looks genuinely shocked. You're kidding! He examines you for a moment. Asgalist city cleric, huh? Well, I've seen stranger things. He accepts this unreasonable statement with ease. Anyway, you wanted something else? I'm done. I've asked everything I wanted. He throws up his little arms in the air. It's over, by the gods. Can you give me free legal advice? Oh, yes, I'll gladly assist a member of the Earthguard any day. Just ask. Should I invest in stocks? Oh, ho, ho. I do not give nor have ever given investment advice. But, yes? He looks you up and down. I should ask, have you ever bought shares before, cleric? Uh-oh. I don't think so. Okay, some basics then. Popularized by late Divine Era human adventurer companies, a share is essentially a percentage of ownership of a certain venture. Venture. Could be a guild, could be a company, or a specific adventure. Something that is supposed to grow over time, so you can increase the value of your securities in that venture. It's a risky way to increase your capital without actually doing any real work. Have you ever bought stocks? Sure, I spend about 40% of my income in risky ventures. Sometimes I even get paid in securities, which is nice, since I won't have to pay any middlemen. What about currency trading? That's something I've heard about too. Oh, that's just the art of switching between various currencies. Say you've got a pouch full of old embers. That is, the old draconic coins. They're made of gold, so even though there are no governments these days who support it, you can always just sell them for the gold value. Great, that's the most basic form of it. But when it comes to city-backed currencies, it gets more complicated. If you've got 10 Burmarks, or Bremarks, and let's say you want to convert them into Redesian 10s, how many do you get? 10s. The currency of the Freestrider Revolution. While free cities have multiple currencies, the magical paper money of reeds is quickly growing into the most valuable across the coast. Also, ad break starting in 5 minutes. I don't know. Me neither. The value of each currency fluctuates day to day, as does the exchange rate to each other currency. Not to mention the location as well. Tens are powerful because of the far reach of the Free Strider trading charters. Brimarks are nearly useless in Norvik, so the exchange rate, while still not nothing, is quite low. That makes Blood City corporations way less interested in investing here, which then perpetuates the weak value of their currency. Sigs of old Diminor are used in some places, sure, but bring them out in Norvik and any shopkeeper will laugh at you, holding out those shiny little crystal discs. While the penning is accepted automatically, almost as if it's a slightly less valuable crown. Penning, the currency of the Vaiska kingdoms, as well as several dwarven fiefdoms on the Undercoast. It is a commonly accepted coinage in Norvik. Vaiska, a collection of loose dwarven cities in the northwest Tuscany, also known as Vaiska kingdoms. Then the soul is on the other hand extremely valuable because of the Golden Horde's influence. Soul, the currency of the Golden Horde, a faintly self-glowing square coinage, a mixture of amber and gold. And the Ilim Janpala, those weird little ice cubes. Well, I'm guessing you've never seen one and never will. Take one to an exchange station and they will quite literally think you're messing with them. But yeah, that's some info for you. He has been factual. I'm learning so much. He nods and grins. Economy, you know, messy and fun. Could people buy stocks in me? The little red devil stares at you. If you were to set yourself up as a venture, then maybe. I mean, if you could convince someone to invest in you, without breaking any laws regarding investment advice, I'd be impressed, so why not? Yeah, I'm getting the idea here, but it sounds like shareholder bullshit. And we all know how bad shareholder bullshit is. Hope you learned something, Cleric. What about alignment? Ah, yes, the overrules of morality. Norvik does not moralize over alignment, officially, nor do most of the city-states across the coast. Why don't we lock up all the evil folks? But why? Look, really, I'm no expert. If you want one of those, I suggest heading down to Waterlane. Scholar Appelendant has an office there. Yeah, Appelendant has an office there. He'll be sure to indulge you. He cackles and squints at you. That halfling's got one hell of a green lean, if you catch my drift, so be careful not to catch any bad ideas from him, you hear? What does the law have to say on resurrections? That's one hell of a question. He smirks for a while. Higher tier resurrections aren't illegal. They're just not available anymore. Resurrection, the act of returning a dead person back to life. There are many spells that do this, from a weak Revivify to the legendary True Resurrection. Revivify, a third-level necromancy spell. If used within 60 seconds of death and the body isn't too ruined, the target is brought back to life. There are a handful of known divine resurrection spells. Since the death of Earth, there have been no documented instances of successful resurrections above 3rd level. Not available? Figured a cleric would know better than me, but... He says and shrugs. Spells over 4th or 5th are rarely seen these days. If you want to know why, go pray. Your god grants you magic. In his wisdom, he only grants higher power when needed. In your lifetime, it has not been needed a lot. What about low-level resurrections? There's Revivify. That's it. High-ranking officials love having clerics around for this one spell. Bunch of pussies. Jesus! Does a murderer still count if the victim is resurrected? He thinks about this question for a bit. There's been cases. Heard of a man stabbed in a bar fight, bled out just in time for a drunk cleric to arrive, cast Revivify, and the bloke lived. All right, well, we'll continue this conversation after the ads. So we're going to go into 3 minutes of ads with an hour of no pre-rolls. So hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. All right, so the bloke lived. The stabber ended up being charged with a major transgression of personal well-being. And that's not murder per se, but I'd argue it had more to do with the fellow's barrister making it clear to the judiciaries that there was no killing intent. So no, not an accident, but not a murder. Just a brawl gone too far. But that'd be a hard sell if the victim wasn't breathing.
A complex scenario, something clerics often have to contend with.
Oh God, sorry. Ugh. But in most cases, I'd say yes. So don't go around murdering folks and revivifying them, cleric.
It would be a waste of a spell slot, yes.
And evil. But also a bit funny. Very funny. I love that our stats just chime in with each other. Would be kind of funny, but, don't. Are you legally considered alive after a resurrection? Yes, for all intents and purposes, you are alive. Undeath, on the other hand, would be a very different affliction.
Necromancy is not just undeath, but all undeath is necromancy.
So, and how is that defined? As long as the necromancy is considered of divine origin and the soul is returned to a healthy body, then it is considered as a normal resurrection. If the origin is more black magic shit, as they say, or some kind of corpse animation, then it would be considered as bodily sacrilege. And that's a top-tier criminal offense.
How top is it?
Oh, it's up there.
Does death absolve your crimes?
Now you're asking real questions. But no, it does not. There's been actual laws signed in old kingdoms over this shit.
He leans in, looking excited. You got the devil going. That's a good thing.
So, classic story, all right? A real bad guy is caught murdering his neighbor. Real sick shit. He's executed after a quick trial. Justice wins again. Everyone's happy. But surprise, some holy man raises him up a couple of months later.
Death and rebirth. Holy man, or foul necromancer. Two sides of the same coin.
In this situation, the bad guy did technically pay for his crimes. His life was taken by the state. Just because somebody gave it back to him doesn't change the fact, right? Well, people weren't too happy with that, as you can imagine. Thus, the common legal term these days for capital punishment is DIP.
DIP. Death in perpetuity.
Stands for death in perpetuity. Some kind of funny when you think about it.
One death is enough, I think.
So yeah, death in perpetuity is just, they say, oh, our capital punishment for you is that we're going to execute this person, but they cannot be brought back because they are genuinely a danger. Okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense, because if you have a world where people can be brought back to life, and if somebody evil is brought back to life by people that have the means to do so, makes sense to me. It does. The city of Norvig might be a bit of a bureaucratic mess at times, but believe me, the lawkeepers know their shit. So to keep criminals DIP'd, most states tend to hide, lock up, or simply burn corpses and spread the ashes using non-resurrectable methods. So a properly DIP'd dead guy shouldn't be able to return without the use of some miraculous 9th level spell, which obviously these days isn't too likely. So I wanted to ask about that. Anything else? What about Charm Person? Charm Person!
A first level enchantment spell. If the target fails a wisdom check, you'll be their favorite person for a little while. Of course, after that, they will surely hate you, but who cares about that?
Such a fascinating spell. Of course, all spellcasters are required to be registered in Norvig. It's the same in all non-completely chaotic city-states. There are certain spells like that. There are certain spells that just are not allowed at all, like Fireball is a popular example.
Fireball, a 3rd level evocation spell. Causes fire to emerge at a given point, spreading within a 20-foot radius, filling up available space.
But Charm Person is, despite its devilish mind control, legal. If it is cast by a registered cleric or city-hired interrogating mage, private entities are not allowed to learn or cast it. Although I can promise you many still do. People don't tend to like it when I cast Charm Person on them. That's understandable. Folk tend to enjoy agency. Free will, you know, it's pretty popular. But if you ask me, it's overrated. People don't know what's best for them. Yep, there we go. What a horrid worldview. If you allow the state to rule your world, you'll surely be sent right to hell. I mean, he's literally a devil that believes in control over all. I have some questions about a PPG. A permission of public gathering? Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at. He throws a look over his shoulder. He is aware of the dwarf's plight. What would you look for if you're investigating a PPG? Wording. Legalese? I think that's it. Legalese can get pretty complicated, and good barristers know, and a good barrister could twist that stuff into oblivion. Other than that, I'd check the basics. Names, spelling, dates. A single lithographic error can cause a landslide of troubles. He smirks. I know from experience. The Asgard dwarfs got an expired PPG. Expired? Huh. Strange. Why is that strange? It just seems like such a strange mistake. Asgalists aren't known for many things, but making a mistake like that ain't one of them. I don't know, just seems strange. Though if the dwarves got an expired document, they should leave. They have no legal right to be there. What's a PPG? The imp takes a deep breath. A permission of public gathering is a legal document showing the intent of the magistrate of a certain district to allow an individual of a party represented by the individual to gather in a public space, such as a town square, street, or cine tunnel, to perform, protest, exclaim, fraternize, or any non-commercial activity. How long does it take to get a PPG? A week, depending on your local contacts and your pouch. Can I have a PPG? Not for me. Ask Darrow. Nicholas Darrow, chosen magistrate of Tolstad, a man known for little else than being the great-grandson of Borgo Darrow, the legendary right-hand man of Earth. Borgo Darrow, the first paladin of Earth, founded the Earth Guard, as well as the illustrious Darrow bloodline. Known for his bravery and inability to be damaged in battle, died of a heart attack at age 40. His passing is used as an example of the importance of aging men to keep track of cardiovascular diseases. So, kind of like Wilford Brimley, but for heart. Or maybe don't, unless you've got some really important message to deliver to the people. Okay. Yep. That's all in the PPG. I'm getting hungry. Should get a snack soon. He stares off into the distance. Oh, you were saying? You hear about the tea shop? Yeah, of course. Pretty hard to miss when flying past Tolstad. What's your take? It blew up. Not sure what else you want to hear. Why do you think it blew up? Honestly, haven't seen a blast zone like that since the Coast War. And you didn't hear this from me, but little fellow trusts you. He's your friend. The scorch marks look like those from a fireball, but not the kind you get from a trigger-happy pit fiend. We're talking high-level wizard stuff. Pit fiends are known to cast third-level fireballs at will. Be careful, cleric. Powerful forces are at work here. Thinking about it for a few more seconds makes it clear to me that this is all a big cover-up. Wouldn't be the first time a city-trained spellcaster goes a little off the hinge. Slander. The city does not train people to explode. Okay, strength. Other than that, not to be self-incriminating or anything, but could be a fiend or an elemental. I mean, Waterlane has shipments from Kargamesh? Yeah, Kargamesh every other month. Maybe a fire elemental slipped through. Who knows? Maybe it's a rogue spellcaster. It's the simplest answer. But I'd suggest having a chat with the owner of the tea shop. Who knows what feathers were ruffled, eh? He gives you an ominous wink. Citizen? Fascinating. God, we learned so much about this area already just through that alone. Okay, what is this? Goblin wall art. A green face is splattered across the facade, staring wildly towards a flaming sky, and the dragon spread across it. Or something like that. What does it mean? It represents a devotion, albeit in an asinine way. The coins stand for all the all the fat loot the dragon brought to her people. You can get behind that. The fire is the soul, a boundary between the real and the heartful. What does this tell me about the state of Norvik? Nothing, really. Place your hand on the wall. You take a step forward. The painted stone surface is smooth. This is no cheap dwarven rock. This is Gate-era architecture, disguised among the rest. Truly ancient. You feel an esoteric urge to communicate with this object. Tell me your secrets. Natural fucking 20. You sense a crack in the wall. It wasn't there before. Then you hear the voice. A faint voice. A hoarse voice. The secrets end when spoken. Oh, good. You're not crazy. What's it like being a wall? Nothing. Nothing good or nothing bad? Nothing. In isolation. What do you know about Norvik? Nothing. Do you know what Norvik is? No. Who built you, Wall? A god. Cool it with the heresy. I'm a devoted servant of Earth, and I don't listen to any other god. Okay, fuck off. Which other gods? Iomestra. Never heard of that god. Sounds like a weak god to have been forgotten like that. How old are you? 15 times Alen. 15 time Alens. How many years is that? 2,000. Gate era. Could have been built by one of the Jor's beasts. What's your name? Chansey. I mean, that's a pretty name. Okay. I like this so much. All right, what's your political affiliation? Fear. Perfect response. Are you sure you understand the question? Yes. Those are all the questions I have. Give the wall a pat. Okay. The crack disappears as quickly and silently as it came to. Then silence. That was surely an esoteric event. Or else, you're turning mad. The walls of this place hold more spirit than the people. Or hold more spirit than the people. Bow to the wall. Thank you for your time. Oh, I love that. That's funny. Behold, a tree rising far above, a show of nature's true force. You look up at the branches of a bracken tree. It stands tall in the garden, towering over you. Bracken, an Ascani tree known for its impervious nature, sometimes called ironwood. The Elim forests holds the largest collection of bracken in the world. Elim Forest, the great woodland covering most of the border between Ascan and Reeds. It is the domain of the Ilium elves. It is majestic. Nature is reaching tall and deep. These roots grow below the city, nay, even below the river. Look up at the branches. The wind causes the leaves to dance. Wait, between the branches, high above. Oh! Is that a hole in the bark? A hollow, just wide enough for you to stick your hand inside. Something glimmers up there. Treasure in a bird's nest. Yes, get up there, now! It could cause great physical harm if you fell from that height, and heights are scary. The branches shudder in a sudden gust. Climb the tree. You grab onto the trunk. Pressing your entire body against the rough bark, you slowly make your way upwards. Go! Just a bit more. Reach the top. Fuck. Wrapping your body around the trunk, you lift yourself up. The bark is rough enough for you to get a pretty firm grip despite the vertical nature of this feat you're attempting. One foot and hand movement after another, each holding on to dear life. You take a deep breath and reach up towards the upper branches. That's when you realize you're nowhere close to where you thought you were. Hold on now. Grabbing onto air is not a good idea as you fumble about. Suddenly the world drops around you. Your feet slip from the bark, your soul falling into hell. An instant later, you hit the ground. Something cracks, sending shooting pain up your leg and arm. The tree towers over you, taunting you. Shake it off, you've had worse. Can I try that roll again? Let me see. Try that again. Okay, I should not be trying this tree. God damn it. Yeah, I really should not be trying this tree right now. Hold on. Alright, I want to see... Touch the tree. Your hand lands firmly on the bark. Good tree. Strong tree. Connecting with the natural world. Well done. The leaves are quite big. What's a brachin tree again? Like a birch, but thicker. Made by primal forces of Ascani. Primal, one of the 3 pillars of magic. It is represented in the natural, wild, savage, and elemental forces of Jor. They cannot be controlled, only bargained with. The brachin tree originates from Ilim Forest, and is today a major export resource in Ascani. It is quick to grow and flexible in its usage. Alright, I'll come back to that roll sometime later, because 2 failures, one being a natural one, definitely tells me that maybe I just should not be bothering with that for now. Alright. Wow, we have a lot... Okay, so that's quite a bit of questings that we've got. Alright, I'm gonna go... What is this? Overgrown, ancient, sort of interesting. What is this? Embedded in the earth, you find weather-bitten stone in the shape of a spiral. Its edges are worn down, smooth almost, and behind you lies the head of what was once a snail statue. Whatever god of symbolism this once denoted, time has ground it down. It is a monument of nothing now. There's something here, but can you understand it yet? Its purpose? Touch the surface. It is cold. Your hands run across the stone, finding it more coarse than you thought. The ridges in the spiral are even smoother. You find they are not at all coarse. Following it, you feel the markings of a sculptor's pick, but they are smoothed out, as if produced not by mortal hands, but by magical precision. You realize this was most certainly an esoterically constructed art piece. What's more, you do feel an outline of a script, symbols, runes? Your fingers trace them faintly along the spiral shell of the snail. The symbols do not mean anything to you. If you had comprehend languages, you could understand the script just by touching it. Comprehend languages, a first level spell allowing you to understand the literal meaning of spoken and written words. Do I not have that spell? I don't think I do. I think I'm thinking of my Pathfinder war priest, not cleric. What's the snail stuff? Norvik is built upon layers and layers of ruins. One of those layers, one of the oldest, were a snail folk. Thus, you will surely find many of these snail symbols in spiral shapes around the city. Tell me your secrets. No responses. Tell me your secrets, damn it! Your fist makes contact with the hard surface. A crack follows, along with a shooting pain up your arm and spread through your fingers. The crack came from the rock. Lifting your fist, you realize you've left a minor crack in the surface. You're all right, rock. You're all right. The rock stares at you menacingly, but a piece of it fell from the violent act. Pick up the shard. You put it in your pouch.
Wait, you damaged it? With your fist?
The stone is very brittle. Nod and leave.
Oh, I see a thing over there.
What is this? In Norvik, a pipe like this could lead anywhere. You look down at the pipe.
Crawl inside, now.
Hold on, I'm not going to do that yet. Ooh, a pot. Something inside the old vase, or vase, not pot. Incense.
I feel like that pipe might take me somewhere. Goblin guard is ahead, you can feel it. Okay.
What is this? A shard. Oh. Yoink. Behold. Snell. Okay, so in a lot of the promo images and in one of the achievements I saw, this is apparently the guy that's with you a lot. Because I got an achievement when I fought the skeleton for this helmet that says fight this guy without having Snell with you. So this is Snell. This goblin gets shit done, no matter the odds. So I have to do that another time. You find a goblin standing at the tip of Tolstad. Behind him, a vast view of the mouth of River Torna. The goblin cares much about looks. You catch him immediately glancing at your outfit.
Let me guess, you're the cleric.
Taking you for granted? This goblin needs to learn humility.
Yes, I am the cleric, that's me. He nods, tired and annoyed. He nods, looking tired and annoyed.
I'm Snell, runner and handler of the HWBT. Old lady's been waiting for you.
This old lady must be his chieftain, the matriarch of his tribe. Greet the goblin kindly. This is the beginning of a great cultural cooperation and exchange. Right, time to mingle with the lesser cultures. Fuck off, Charisma! One of those goblin salutes would indeed be perfect here. I'm not gonna fucking... HWBT?
The Halfway Bridge Tribe.
He seems surprised to have to explain that to you. Old lady?
The Lady of Below, the Dragon of Tolstad.
He raises an eyebrow.
Lady Sageleaf. Lady Sageleaf? She's been waiting for you, cleric.
I am from the local government.
I know. We don't get Earthguard here often. Especially clerics.
Right, you were expecting me.
Sure was. Still are. So...
The goblin looks around, clearly struggling to find the right words. Sleep deprived?
Okay, right. Head down to the garden throne, but,
He waves his claws towards you.
What's with all this? You look like a human shit.
He is making a playful jab. Don't worry about it.
The gall! You should teach him a lesson.
I fell into the river. He gives a shocked laugh.
Wait, really?
It's fine, somebody fished me up.
Huh, lucky you, I suppose. Just dust yourself off. The dragon's waiting, and trust me, you don't want to disappoint her.
Even further. Is she spooky?
Yeah, real scary. Insult her and she'll bite your head off. Then she'll scorch your corpse to dust.
A jest, I'm sure. He laughs and crosses his arms.
But seriously, she will fuck you up if you annoy her.
Not a jest. Tell me more about this lady.
Sure, for starters, she's the most powerful woman in Norvik. And considering there was an explosion yesterday right in the middle of her territory, I think it's about time you do your damn job, cleric.
Okay, leave me to her.
Good, but just to make it perfectly clear, some ground rules. Don't say anything stupid. Don't climb the trees, stay away from the edges, and, He grins, showing off his pointed fangs. Enjoy the garden, cleric.
Oh, okay, so maybe don't climb trees in the garden, but I think that tree I did earlier was fine. The goblin scurries down the stairs. He seems to be in a hurry. He is nervous. That makes you nervous. Your body trembles. This dragon sounds dangerous. Keep track of her fangs. You look out to the river. Or you look out over the river. The cold, Ascani wind seeps through the cracks of your helmet. Earth be blessed. He is always with you. Follow down the stairs. You do so with great stride. Yeah, sure. Nature seeps through the cracks. All right. Let's go see this chieftain. These railings follow the Safety Council standards of 22. And dark smell from below. All right. A lot of info. Ooh, I like this place. Again, I like this game's art style. It's really nice. Don't know if that's her. Nope, she's over there. Hold on. Your stomach twists. Beware her illusions. I'm guessing they may want me to start directly at her and not keep her waiting. So I'm going to just go. Lady Sageleaf. Wisdom, huh? There we go. Something is very wrong. Level 18? Holy shit. Her eyes are striking your soul. Hold on to that feeling or you will be consumed. She wields power you could only dream of, yet her actions betray her nature. Evil? Good? Is selfishness for one's own tribe the defining trait? This creature's no goblin, though her desire lies heavily invested within its tribe. She is far older and far more dangerous than all these servants of hers combined. Wait, a DC 30 to get everything? Oh my god. Alright, let's talk. The dragon herself. You approach the throne. The sprites flutter their glow illuminating the trunk of this great tree, its roots reaching far below, its branches holding up the dirt ceiling above. On the throne sits a tiny goblin, her smirk as bright as it is threatening. Her eyes follow you with an intensity, reminds you of a certain pale man. So this is the dragon. Yes, I can see it. Her glare is horrific.
Cleric of Norvik, of earth and river.
Her shrill voice echoes throughout the chamber. She is talking to you. You're the cleric.
I was assured by your masters, the top brass of the palace itself.
Her words are tainted with disdain. Her voice causes you to shiver.
They told me a cleric of the highest standing would be arriving within the hour. So tell me, human.
You should run. No, wait, you can't. But you should. Dominion. She has control here.
Why am I sitting here, waiting?
It's not that late. Only been like a day. An immense presence. You have no power here. Every word you say here could have a profound impact on the rest of this quest of yours. I had an accident. She scoffs.
Yes, I know about your little trip down the river. That is no excuse.
I literally died. She clicks her tongue behind a set of sharp teeth.
No excuse.
Her frown turns into a weary expression.
Whatever.
She does not feel like mauling you now. Hers is a frightful presence. You can't take this much longer. You need to get out of here. Do not become frightened. Natural fucking 20. Okay, so I'm either rolling like shit or I'm rolling nat 20s. I'm not seeming to have any middle ground here. You brace your entire being as you meet her glare. With trembling hands, you resist. She lifts her chin.
You stand. Good.
She's not impressed, just happy you did not completely lose your mind. The dragon leans on her armchair, letting out an exhausted groan.
It is vexing to watch my streets descend so far. Are you even aware, cleric? A local business caught up in an inferno in the middle of the day, right on Pillar Road. My road.
She roars, and you stand your ground.
And yet Magistrate Darrow,
She spits out the name like it's a curse word.
he alone believes the Halfway Bridge tribe does not have jurisdiction over this particular location.
She appears to have been stewing over this annoyance for some time. Why does Darrow say that?
Because he's a fool born of nepotism and alcohol.
Sounds awesome. Where is your usual jurisdiction? She leans back and picks something from between her fangs.
I have official recognition of law on Lower Tolstad.
The definition of that has always been vague. Some see it as anything below ground, some as below water level. Where exactly is the tea shop located? She glares at you.
It is, or was, rented out of a corner on the central fort, just above the holes next to the pillar.
She snaps her fingers towards the goblin to her right.
That means it's part of the core foundation of this island fortress. Therefore, that property is legally an underground rental unit,
He says, bowing his head.
lady. My people have been handling that damn crow's contract for years. But no, suddenly when the entire unit goes up in flames, that's when my people no longer have the right to enter the premises. Deal with it. To clean up even. Or to deal with it. To clean up even. No, suddenly it is the city's business, and we should keep our noses out of it. Corruption, plain and simple.
Sounds shady. Her sharp glare stabs at you.
Normal business in Norvik. And don't get me started on the actual effect this has on my people. Snell,
She says and beckons towards the comely goblin. He approaches the roots and takes a bow.
Lady Sageleaf.
Then he turns to you.
The magistrate says it was an accident involving a fireplace failure. They've yet to send anyone in to actually investigate the scene.
How can you know that?
What?
Shit, something broke. I said, how can you know that?
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you really didn't. You said, Snell.
The goblin scratches his neck. He glances towards his lady.
We've kept an eye on it. The explosion occurred on the 21st of March, just past noon. 3 minor injuries were reported in the area. Luckily, foot traffic was low at the time of the incident, so despite the massive kaboom, no dead folks.
Who were injured?
We only managed to get one name in the chaos. A certain Frank, son of Frank, was said to have walked away with lesser burns.
That's the sort of prefix used by Earthfolk. A human, most likely.
He was apparently dressed in a fancy yellow outfit, whatever that means. Beyond that, we have some conflicting accounts. One person said, quote, he looked like one of them dungeoneers, you hear? A real adventuring man, end quote. Another said he was looking to get out of trouble, heading right down the stairs to the water lane.
Either he went down to the dungeon or over to water lane. Got it. And remember, if he's wearing yellow, he's got style.
Frank, son of Frank?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I like that.
A dungeoneer.
If you believe it, that comment was from one of the militia members. Could be smart to check the city below just in case, despite the dangers.
Down to water lane?
Yeah, seems like he was heading that direction. Though down could mean a number of things, water lane included.
Fancy yellow outfit.
I'm assuming some type of Rhodesian fashion.
Was he inside at the time?
I doubt it, he says, considering the state of the building.
Why was he there?
We don't know.
He is annoyed to have to answer that question. Where is he now?
We don't know.
Sounds like you were handed a tough hand.
Yeah. Although one of the militia members mentioned some just calmly walk away down the stairs. Maybe down to the crossing, or somewhere else, we don't know.
Anything else you do know? Snell gives a nervous look to his master before answering.
We have theories, but we need proof.
The lady raises her claw.
The unveiling has begun, cleric.
Secrets in the ashes.
Corruption, madness,
She claws at her wooden throne.
politics.
Rambling of fools. Bureaucracy wears her down.
This is clearly the work of a rogue spellcaster someone who could not go unpunished.
A spell would indeed be the only logical answer for such destruction. A rogue spellcaster? Isn't there an anti-magic task force we can call for?
Why, yes, there is.
She exclaims. She points with a sharp finger.
You.
The Arcana Clerics of Earthguard, one of the few authorized spellcaster groups in the city, often uses a task force in esoteric events, accidents, and magical assaults. The lady clears her throat, loudly.
I formally declare a joint venture. The Halfway Bridge tribe and the Earthguard city clerics shall investigate the tea shop on Pillar Road and bring justice to those who seek to harm the peace. No creature, foul or fair, shall escape my rage.
The words seep out from her maw, burning the air. Every goblin in the chamber looks upon her in awe. She is theirs to serve. Nod solemnly. She looks upon you with a grim expression. The goblin is worried. Her hope is that you step it up and take on this investigation properly. Her fear is that you will screw it up legendarily.
Snell,
She says, waving towards him.
yes, Lady Sageleaf,
He says, bowing his head.
you're the handler of this. You've worked on this since the explosion. You know more than anyone.
You catch the goblin trying to stop a grin from spreading across his face.
I want you to represent the tribe in this venture.
His face lights up.
A goblin and a cleric. Together you will have access to both Upper and Lower Tolstad.
His expression is that of shock. He did not expect this.
Do not disappoint me, Snell.
New member to the party. He ignores you. The goblin takes a deep bow.
Yes, Lady Sageleaf, your will be done.
Evil forces at work will be vanquished. The mystery of the tea shop shall be uncovered. At your service, Lady Sageleaf. No. At your service. She grins.
Yes, you are.
Snell takes a step forward.
First priority is a tea shop. We need to gain access.
Your new goblin companion gives you a quick wave.
Let's go, cleric.
Snell is joined as a companion. You can speak with him if you need help finding your way across Tolstad. For as much as she told you, there's a danger you're missing here. The lady is keeping information from you. You should investigate the tea shop thoroughly. Should we also look for that witness?
Yeah, our Frank dressed in yellow.
He winces. Either over on Water Lane or down in the city below.
Yeah, the port of the dungeon. I suggest the port since it's slightly less life-threatening, generally speaking.
How do I gain access to the tea shop?
Talk to your boss, Darrow. Or, I guess he's not your direct boss or whatever, but you'll need to get an audience with him if you want to get inside the tea shop.
Right, and where's the tea shop again? The goblin sighs.
You know that massive pillar reaching endlessly into the sky? Yeah, just west of that.
I like you already, Snell.
Ah, yeah, mutual for sure.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Neat. Okay, so now we have our first companion. Tunnel to the lower layer. Tunnel to Central Tolstad. I want to see what the lower layer is. Oh, this is... Okay, so it leads to here. Interesting. I'm going to engage with this. Okay, no, I don't have comprehend languages. All right. Yeah, I want to keep Cure Wounds. Let's do that. Alright, can't behold him again until I get a reroll on this, or a level up. Do you have anything new to say? You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. This place is an old ruin, right? Yeah, a lot of buildings are. I think this is like Snail Folk era or something. I don't know, not an expert. Suits Viskin, though. Every evil wizard needs a spooky tower.
Oh, we can just split off from him? Okay. So what's your position in all this?
Whatever do you mean by that, cleric?
Why are you helping me in this rough world of ours? Or what's your angle?
I'm here on behalf of Lady Sageleaf. Her will is for the streets of Tolstad to not suddenly burst into flames in the middle of the day. Her will be done, so to say.
What if it bursts into flames in the middle of the night instead?
I don't think she'd like that either.
But why are you really here?
My motives are not of interest, cleric.
He does not want to disclose his inner feelings to you. You got any family?
I'm a goblin. What do you think?
Goblins normally live in tribal societies with a broad family structure. Your companion most likely has, at the very least, a dozen or so siblings. Any less would be remarkable, even in Norvik. Why would you care about goblin family structures? They don't even have their own culture. That was the point of their genocide. Fuck off. What the fuck? Intelligence? Ew. Yeah, intelligence is fucking mean. You got a wife and kids?
Nah, single for now. And trust me, this goblin ain't getting no offspring.
Thank the gods for that. Fuck them kids. So you're infertile. Why would you say that? Kids are wonderful.
Oh no, I'm not getting into that. Ask me about literally anything else.
Okay. Other questions? Where do I sleep tonight?
I don't know, cleric.
He gives you a defeated look.
Can't the city pay for something? You're a cleric, for God's sake.
Maybe sleep with Viskin?
You're probably too warm for him, and don't phrase it like that.
Sleep with you?
No, and seriously, don't phrase it like that.
Yeah, I can just not sleep. That's fine, right?
Are you asking for permission? He sighs. You'll get exhausted if you don't sleep, cleric.
If you do not take a long rest before dawn, you get 6 levels of exhaustion. If you get 10 levels of exhaustion, you die. Oh. Should find a place to sleep.
Smartest thing you said all day.
Can I sleep in the goblin's garden?
No. Oh, I mean...
He thinks about it for a second and then once again says, no. I can just sleep here. He looks around.
Just here?
Yeah, it's not so bad.
Right here.
His reaction to that statement will not change no matter where you go in this river fortress of a district. Okay, maybe not.
Yeah.
I guess I could ask the Coin Lord?
Ah, yeah. Darrow's boss on this job. Your boss on this job, isn't he? Guess you got another thing to talk to him about.
Fun. Let's go. Alright, can I do another behold? No. And I beheld everything there is about the kobold. Yes? Figure out what his deal is. Whisper to Snell, what can you tell me about this guy? The goblin sneakily leans in and whispers back,
you want to run down? Right in front of him?
I don't think he can hear us.
That's not the point, cleric.
Can you hear us? No, cleric, nor am I listening. Go ahead. See? The goblin sighs. Oh, I love this. Give me the rundown, Snell.
Viskin is the local mortician. Unaffiliated works on contracts with the city. The HBW... it should be HB, not HB. The HBWT has a deal with him. Partly because he's a neighbor, and partly because he's not,
Human?
The goblin clears his throat and throws a glance back to the mortician. He's not the type you want to make enemies with, but hey, he seems to like you, so that's a good job on that. But my suggestion, keep your distance, just to be safe. What do you know about the tea shop?
What's there to say? I know about as much as your average Norvician.
He does a humble shrug.
A lie. He knows much more.
Alright, how much does your average Norvician know?
Very little, I'm afraid. His eyes, they do not waver. He is looking at you, waiting for another question, despite you obviously wanting more information.
And now can you tell me what you know about it?
Of course. I heard the explosion. I went out to investigate, only to find the tea shop caught up in a raging inferno. The Tolstad militia were already heading into action, so I went back inside, as to not be in the way. And that is that.
What were you doing when the explosion occurred?
Working.
He motions towards the stack of papers.
The explosion occurred at noon, but the day it happened was an official city holiday. Why would he be working on Toll's leaving?
Toll's leaving, a Norvician holiday, to honor Earth's brother Toll as he left to explore the wastes, usually celebrated with honey cakes and pearl wine.
Oh, honey cakes, oh!
Toll, Earth's brother, a mythical explorer of Ascan, founded several towns along the River Torna, and famously never returned from his expedition into the infinite wastes. You were working on a city holiday?
Yes.
You can see his eyes fixating on you a bit too hard. He searches for an answer, just for a split second.
Not a lie. Something else.
I was behind. You know how it is.
I'm pretty much always behind. I suck. Honestly, honesty is a virtue.
Oh, come on now. I'm sure it's not all bad. He smiles. Anything else you wanted to ask?
Did you hear anything peculiar?
A loud bang, some shouting afterwards.
How loud?
It shook the Lich House, and mind you, this is not some ordinary basement. This is a remnant tower going hundreds of feet deep into the earth. I'd be surprised if anyone on Tolstand missed it.
What sort of shouting?
From the militia. They were rushing to the scene. The fire prevention declaration has truly done wonders for the city.
Nothing else?
Has the entire district almost turned into inferno? Yes, there was quite a lot of commotion. Nothing that stands out, however.
Like, actually nothing else.
Not that I recall. Are you sure?
The pale man stares at you for a while. He does not want to tell you anything else. But while he has not been lying, there is something missing.
Pretty sure.
That's enough of the sound.
Yes, not much to say about that, I'm afraid.
Alright, enough questions on that. Stop. You've already wasted enough time. Just leave. The pale man shifts in his seat. His spirit recoils. He makes it clear he does not want to answer these personal questions.
Very well.
The hell should I ask about?
There's discontent in your stomach.
Oh, gods, get out of here.
The thought echoes through your mind. The world is decay.
Decay? You could ask him about the world, perhaps. The pale man produces a sound close to a cough. Oh, boy. I did not ask these questions when I first talked to him. Who are you voting for in the election?
Interesting question. A bit invasive, but I'll oblige.
He is happy to indulge you for some reason.
I'll be voting for the party of Norvik. Numenism. While crude and outdated, it certainly respects and has proven both its stability and economic assurance of the business owners such as myself.
The people's Nects? Yeah. As self-proclaimed protectors of Earth's legacy, the party of Norvik wants to uphold the divine right of a dead divine dictator. Aha, it's the one that Strength is banging on about.
Not the one I'm picking for certain. They have my vote. The goblin scoffs. A vote cast for self-interest. It takes a special man to vote for any other reason. Must be nice to have such economic assurance. Oh. Earth spirit will live on through his people. It must be nice to have such economic assurance. And if they win, how long do you think it will be before another assembly is called? We need a shepherd, not a coalition of sheep. We don't need no sheeple. It must be nice to have such economic assurance. No offense meant, cleric. I am aware not all are so fortunate, but ripping society ripping society from its roots is not the solution, in my opinion. Yes, we should let never hurt anybody. Yes, we should let those in power stay in power for as long as possible to create a stable society. Can we change things a little bit, just as a treat? A little ripping never hurt anybody. Rip and tear, as the old 2020 trailers say. Depends on the kind of ripping, I suppose. And which side gets ripped? I've done my fair share of ripping. This metaphor is a bit confusing. Ripping forever, bitch. Give him the finger. I've done my fair share of ripping. Yes, you seem like the ripping kind. Tell me about this place. A lich house? This is my establishment. We handle dead bodies for the city these days. Not terribly lucrative, but it's good work. How's business? Slow, which suits me just fine. During the curse crisis a few years back, this place was stuffed to the brim with dead folk. I like it more when it's relatively empty, like today. Do you store bodies down here? I do. The ancient ventilation system seems that keeps this particular area cool to an unnatural degree, even during intense summer months. Ventilation system. Tolstad is full of tiny holes and air shafts. These circulate air from the river winds all throughout the tunnels. No one knows fully how they work, but they circulate both heat and cold air. Sorry, I had to read ahead for a second. Most likely magical in nature. The city has been a very grateful patron over the years. Also, we have an ad break starting in 5 minutes, heads up. Was this always a morgue-related business? Actually, no. I used to dabble in dentistry and surgery a while back. I scaled down that production to focus on my private life more. Ask about his private life. The pale man smiles at you as you prepare for another set of prying questions. Any hobbies? I like taking long walks. I also enjoy theater. But I'm mostly focused on running this lich house. His smile reveals nothing. It is blank. And the rest of the time? Like light reading, perhaps? I should try getting more hobbies, honestly. Thank you for reminding me, cleric. He is not annoyed. In fact, he cares so little it is alarming. Surname? None, I'm afraid. No hereditary connections here. He puts down his pencil and points 2 thumbs towards himself. Self-made man. No family at all? None, I'm afraid. I'm a war orphan. I am a war orphan. Of the Coast War? I'm sorry. No need. I'm not. We make the best of what we've got. No wife or kids? The gods have not shown me that path, no. Me neither, brother. Go for a fist bump. The gods really suck. It's never too late. Me neither, brother. Keeping his smile, the pale man politely bumps your fist. You don't have to do that. I know. Where do you sleep? I'm sorry? Where do you sleep at night? I have a cozy apartment in the Holes. It's a short commute. A crack. You see the corner of his mouth twitching. He's hiding something from you. Where do you actually sleep? Cleric. The pale man drops his smile. I sleep in my apartment. I purchased it 3 years ago, during summer. The address is 16 Boggill Tunnel. His smile appears again, out of nowhere. Anything else you want to ask? Your spine tingles, adrenaline, and fear. Snell gives you a look of concern. He must have realized something was off as well. I have other less invasive questions. Go ahead. Hold on, what was the... He never sleeps. Snell warned you about him. Okay, so this is a more workable DC. I have pretty high wisdom. Nope. You glare at the pale man, who keeps working on his documents for approximately 2 minutes. Eventually, you feel stuck in your thoughts. I don't mean to imply I know more than an honorable Earthguard member, my good cleric. However, you must certainly have more important things to do on a day like this. He's correct. Maybe you can get back to this later. Some dice checks are locked on failure and can be attempted again later. These checks are unlocked on a long or short rest, or by spending shards of Jor. But a roll with a very high DC should probably be lowered before attempting again. I wish you luck with your endeavors. Alright. Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes.
Masters say you behave.
I have some questions for you.
Short question. Go.
You know who this is? The kobold sneers.
Goblin.
Yeah, sure. Good enough. I'm Goblin. Alright, well, I wanted to see if anything new came up from that, and sure enough. One thing. Okay, so we got that done. Well, there's a thing here. Sneaky apple. Aha. Yoink. Alright. Well, the ad break's actually about to start, so we're going to go into 3 minutes of ads with an hour of no pre-rolls after, so hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Alright, let's continue. Let's see, I wanted to check this staircase real quick. Okay, there's a windmill up here. Actually, what would he say, what would Snell say if I went ahead and tried the tree roll again? Would he get mad? Actually, what does he say about my bike? You see anything strange about this bike, Snell? No, it's a bicycle. He does not care. If I remember where the key is, can I bring the bike with me? He takes a breath. First of all, don't ask me. You're an adult. Do what you want. Secondly, how the fuck are you going to take a bike around Tolstad? You gonna carry it? Up and down the stairs. This bike rack is set up here so that people can leave bikes before heading downstairs to Water Lane. Sounds a bit annoying. Uh-huh, yeah. If you find a pocket bike, that's another thing. The goblin sighs. But leave this one be, cleric. We've got work to do. Alright. Alright, there's the check I wanted to go for. Actually, do you have anything new to say since I've got Snell with me? Hello again, cleric. Can I help you? He's not exactly happy to speak with you, but he is happy to gain your favor. Alright, You look up at the branches of a bracken tree. It stands tall in the garden, towering over you. Maybe I could try again. Just one more. Wouldn't hurt. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I suggest not doing that. Grab into the trunk. Please get down from there, cleric. It's a DC 13. I should be able to make it. They really don't want me at the top of this fucking tree. You okay, cleric? I'm fine, thank you, Snell. Thought it'd be funny at first, but it'd be a bit too tragic if our only cleric died from climbing a tree, you know. Anyway, Let's get going now, okay? What is in here? Drunk Sphinx. Oh, okay, that's the Drunk Sphinx. Wait a second. Okay, no, I can't go behind there. An almost intact and endlessly rising pillar, the centerpiece of Norvik. The Pillar of Jor towers before you. He is speaking to you. Touch the pillar. You place your hand upon the smooth surface. The whisper gets louder. It says something to you. Something weird. A conversation? Guess you can try to join in. The goblin is impatient. Oh. Oh. Closing your eyes, you begin to focus, your mind placed squarely at this esoteric force. Your mind forms into an arrow, and you fire it forward, but it is repelled. Opening your eyes, your hand is no longer pressed against the cold surface of the pillar. You are instead holding it against your heart, shaking. This is wrong. Yes. Try again later. Whatever is whispering to you from beyond is more powerful than you ever imagined. All right. Seeing if there's other people to talk to. What is this? A sign says dormitory out of commission. Okay. Simi, son of Stoneback. Okay, so we're in like a dwarf town, most likely. Let's see who this is. What does this lead to? To Water Lane View. The sound of the docks echoes from beyond. Behold, who's Freitas? Okay, bit better. Human earthfolk, level 5 noble. She is dressed in a fine silken robe, like a noblewoman. Her hair is short and coarse, the rebellious kind, but earthfolk nobility nonetheless. Why is she down here? Not many of her kind seek the company of water lane workers and goblins. Let's see what your deal is. Freitas. The girl looks across the chasm. She's pretending not to look at you. Clear throat loudly. She slowly turns her head towards you. What? Why were you looking at me? I wasn't. How rude of her. Makes you mad. Tell her she's stupid. Her bowels are filled with black tar and the death of trust. By the gods, that's horrific. Why do you feel that way? Bowel instinct. Bowel instinct? She does look at you now with a disgusted expression. Did I say that out loud? Ew. Go away. What do you know about the tea shop mysterious woman? She rolls her eyes. It exploded. Everyone keeps saying that. Duh. I get the feeling you don't want to talk about it. Don't have anything to say. What are you voting for in the election? Don't care for it. The election? I don't. It doesn't matter. And I wouldn't tell you if it did. I'll throw my lot for the Asgalists. They're cool. Okay. I don't care. I want to ask you some personal questions, but I have a feeling you won't respond in any meaningful way. Smart. Can you go now? What? I literally just said bowel instinct out loud. Oh, this game's funny. All right. So Simi Stoneback. Any other? Oh my god, there's a lot of doors. Okay. What if I engage with this one? You approach the green door. An apartment in the holes like any other. Check who lives here. You glance at the mailbox. It says Simi. One of the Asgals. Nice guy. Nice guy. Knock. You knock twice, in a polite fashion. A long time passes. No one is home. Guess we'll have to try again some other day. Tomorrow might be a better day for knocking on this door. Sadly, you can't pick these doors. They've got special esoteric keys. Okay. What about this? Just some random apartment. I don't live here. Okay. So maybe that's where we end up staying. Oh, hello. Oh, is this his apartment? Welcome to my pad. Go ahead, root around as much as you want. Don't mind if you do. Really? No, don't touch anything. He sighs. I'm not sure how this in any way is in any way useful for the job. But let me know when you're done looking around. Looking, nothing else. How much is the rent? Not so bad, thanks to the old lady. She looks after her own. Not every goblin is so lucky. Yeah, I've noticed that you've got it pretty nice here. You know, there are the 3 tribes in the city, right? The halfways get by real well, thanks to Lady Sageleaf. But it didn't used to be that way, and most goblins have a real hard time getting by here. Most guilds won't exactly hire a goblin just like that. That's illegal. I know, doesn't stop them. We're not human, so by default, on average, we're not trusted. Back in the day, there were apparently a bunch of programs meant to push us into the workforce. Anti-discrimination laws, goblin public works projects. But the support for those ran out way before I was born. So most kids just fall into crime. They need to try harder. Crime is the easy way. They can't do that fucking... that's the same logic of like, you can't do that thing. It's illegal, says to the thief that's already committed. I understand. It's the only path for them. The clearest path, at least. He sighs. Imagine you're a goblin kid. You spend most of your day in the Warren with 20 others in your age. There's barely any resources to actually teach you all the human stuff we're legally forced to be taught. If you're lucky, you've got one parent with a stable income. Otherwise, you'll be living in the dormitories. No support system. No chance of to integrate into the city you're supposed to be living in. If you're lucky, you'll end up you'll get a dangerous gig in the tunnels. If not, the only way for you to get enough money for food beyond the basic handouts is joining a syndicate. They recruit young, keep you in the juvenile stockade if you get caught, starting as an errand boy, ending up as a whatever they need for their enterprises. Yeah, enterprises, that's the word. Then you bring home a heavy pouch of crowns for your mom and pops. What are they gonna do? Turn the little kid in? Or just accept the only major income the household's gotten in months? Maybe they'll even encourage you, push you to get real friendly with the local runner. But it's not like the halfways? It's complicated, but the Halfway Bridge tribe is classified as a syndicate. We run things in a similar sense to the Ishki and the NMBT, except we do things strictly by the book. We don't run drugs for one. We keep Water Lane free of smuggling. But most importantly, we keep the youth out of it, and we keep the other tribes at an arm's length. Lady Sageleaf is a real draconian in that regard. Everyone, and I mean everyone in our tribe gets a job and a good salary. We've tried pushing this method, our support system onto the other tribes, but it's hard, and not always popular. We're the small, annoying, cultish tribe of Tolstad, after all. He sighs again. So, it is what it is. He cares about this. A lot. You do too. Good to know. Yeah. You live here alone? Yep. It's a cool place. Thanks. Doesn't it get lonely? I don't spend much time here. How long have you lived here? He glances at the ceiling. I don't know, 3 years, 4. God, has it been that long? What does it cost? $100 a month. Real cheap, but I got a special deal because of the HBWT gig. That's real good for such a fancy apartment. The old lady takes care of her own, eh? You like living here? It's central, right next to the garden. That's all I really care about. Although the ventilation system is pretty sweet during the colder months. It's good information, thank you. He mouths and gives you a side glance. What about you? Where do you live, cleric? I should lie, right? I could tell him the truth. I live on North Wall in a nice city-sponsored apartment. Avoid the full truth. I live with my mom. A lie, But that might make him dislike you. Should I tell him the truth? That would be extremely painful. There's absolutely nothing wrong with your current living arrangements, and the goblin will not think lesser of you because of it. I live on North Wall in a nice city-sponsored apartment. Oh, cool. Guess clerics are all well taken care of, huh? We are. We sure are. We sure are. Cool. Well, anyway, it's a nice apartment. Be nice. Yeah, I'm not here a lot. The goblin laughs. I'd argue it's much better than usual. One time I was on a date, brought her back here. Terrible idea. The date was already going poorly. Imagine her expression when she steps in here, and there's a pile of reports all over the floor, a blocked drain in the kitchen sink, and 15 confiscated bowls of pixie dust piled in the corner. Let me tell you, took her 10 seconds to come up with an excuse. He recounts the tale with excellent timing. As his laughter fades, he looks around the place and tells you, anyway, looks better these days. Figured if I'm such a neat goblin like everyone says, I might as well keep my apartment clean too. I have a hard time believing you, Snell, living in filth? Never. Embarrassing story, a girl. I guess people change. They sure do. Time changes all things. I'm the exact same person I've always been, flaws and all. Time changes all things. No need to get all deep with it. What about you? The question cuts tiny little holes into the inside of your skull. Clerics are popular, right? Avoid, abort, alert! Oh no. Tactfully change the subject. Chat, I have a really low charisma. But it doesn't matter. He's expecting an answer, so you're going to have to give him one. Not a lie, though. You can't handle that right now. Too much pressure, clearly. Too much. Yeah, listen to your gut. So what do I say? Just keep it simple. Dismiss the question in a nice way. Like this. Nothing lately. I'm busy with work. Be cool. Now. Change the subject now. You seem like the type to be busy with work, too. Oh, yes. For the last few years, I've been focused on the halfways and whatever else the old lady needs me for. Don't mean to sound ungrateful, though. I do love it. It's really rewarding. You're clearly good at what you do, whatever that is. He laughs. I ask myself the same question sometimes. The goblin takes a breath. I'll tell you to look at it from a goblin perspective, but let me put it like this. Lady Sageleaf gave me options in a world of railroad tracks. I get to help my people and get real fucking good at it. So for now, I'm going to keep doing it. Better than getting bored. That's for sure. This definitely is not the type of job that ever leaves you bored. He grins. Anyhow, anything else you want to chat about? Cool, thanks for the talk. A mass-produced glowstone lantern. A glowstone lantern. It appears to be non-functional. Hey, Snell, you need fixing this thing? That's okay, cleric. That's okay? That's okay? That means he needs your help, clearly. The goblin does not know what's best for him. What's wrong with it? The glowstone inside must be malfunctioning. A common issue with these cheaply post-war era production lanterns. Fix it. You spend a few minutes looking it over, realizing a bit further
later that you should have it... Realizing a bit later that you should have that there is an esoteric effect on the lantern itself. Oh wait, realizing that you should have that there is an esoteric effect. Sorry, that tripped me up. I don't know why that sentence tripped me up. Investigating it further reveals the issue. The glowstone's connection with the flimsy metal plate around it. While the heat remained, and the stone is quite hot, its weak esoteric light was esoterically spread out across the full surface of the lantern, instead of focused on the glowstone itself. Reattach the glowstone without burning yourself. With a quick snap, the light returns to the lantern. Such a simple solution. You should have come up with it quicker. It fixed the lamp, Snell. Huh, thanks. He gives you a thumbs up. Now you won't have to trip when you're going to the bathroom in the middle of the night anymore. That's not really a problem, you know. He points at his eyes. Dark vision. Right. Wait, then what? Actually, wait, yeah, then why do you have a lamp? It's not perfect dark vision. He stretches a bit. But yeah, the fixed lamp will help. Thanks again, Cleric. I'm so good at tinkering with stuff. You're slightly above average, which says more about the average than it does about you. Nice. Ow. My stats are fucking mean to me. Okay, so that's the bathroom. Snell's work. You stand before a wooden board covered in sketches of various people. Each of them connected via a long red thread. What's this, Snell? He looks over to you from across the apartment. Ah, yeah, Project Visualizer. Helps me keep track of jobs. You can check it out if you want. I haven't done much other than the basic outline of the tea shop yet. I've been busy with all this running around. Looks like a ton of work. It's not really. Haven't had much downtime lately. Once we're finished, I'll make sure to compile it into a proper report for the old lady. Yeah. Sorry I'm tripping up so much. It's just one of those things where, like, I'm reading faster than I'm talking, so I end up stumbling. It happens. I also need to hydrate regularly. Alright, take a closer look at the sketches. You see several faces you recognize and some you don't. A birdman with a black and white pattern, along with the note, tea shop owner. A bulky merman with the text, rival? No, unambitious. A stout-looking dwarf in uniform with a hammer symbol in the corner. Patron? A stylish orc with a Free Strider heart symbol in the corner. Completely unaffiliated. Suspicious. A pale man holding a skull. No motive. A human with a fancy beard and a fish symbol in the corner. Suppressing info. Beware. Then finally you look over the central piece. The beautiful rendition of Lady Sageleaf herself. The sketch is wonderful. A depiction of love. Her note reads, enemies, spies, city conspiracy. The goblin's neatness feels almost divine. Pick me up, regained 4 hit points. Oh, wonderful. He sure is the type to have a photo of himself on the... Wow. Actually, what is in here? One of Snell's boxes. Well, I'm not taking his stuff. Because we just met. I'm not doing that. I'm guessing the same deal here. All right. So that was Snell's apartment. Where's this go? A winding path leads outside eventually. All right, well, it's nearly in-game 6 o'clock, so we could end up going to the Phoenix area. Smells like damp mold in here. Okay, and that leads back to here. Where's the pathway that leads to the bugbear that we encountered? Because that led Central Tolstad. I think this was it, right?
Oh, there was also the person with the mushroom head. Okay, so no. I might need to go through the lower city again in order to talk to the bugbear. But since I have Snell with me, that conversation should go differently. Alright. I saw a thing here. Something foul is fermenting here. Okay. Who are you? Neswikala, Nessan of the Green. Rolled a 19, hell yeah. Elf, Pimea, level 6 druid. True neutral, unbothered, moisturized, happy, in her lane. She is focused on her work, but she does not seek strife. She will help you if you do not pose a threat. Her knowledge goes deep, far below the city. Learn from her and her loneliness. This elf is seeking an escape. Why else be here of all places? Her matriarch, yes, this woman is in trouble, just like you. Alright, let's talk to you. Oh, she's cute. I like her. At the top of the garden outlook, you see a strange creature hunched over. Underneath a large red hat, her drooping gaze slowly glides towards you. Not a hat. She's got an actual mushroom growing out of her skull. Oh, wow. So she's parasect. The elf drops a final piece of mushroom into the bowl on the table and gives you a creepy grin. Nice corner you got here. Slowly, and in an appropriately dramatic fashion, she widens her eyes to reveal piercing red pupils. And her grin widens even more somehow. Abort. Run. Leave. Her expression leaves your legs weak, and not in a good way. Ears, white hair, ashen hue, and those eyes. Snell seems to stay behind a bit. The goblin is staring into the wall. He looks queasy. An elf? Aren't they rare? The city holds many folk, but elves are both few in numbers and seldom intermingle with lesser races. But look at her. This is no elf of Ilim. This is an elf of Pimea. Hello, elf. You hear a guttural chuckle leave her lips.
A man delves into the garden. His sights set on a mysterious fellow. Are you that man?
Yes, how did you know that?
Goblins are not the only ones who whisper underneath.
I'm sure there's ghouls and goons as well. Still never gonna forgive the internet for completely ruining the word goon. She tilts her head and comically large mushroom hat.
I'm talking about plants and such.
The elf stammers. Can't even speak good. It says you, Charisma. Like, that good should be well. The elf does not as much stammer as she tastes some words more than others. She turns around, her red eyes glimmering beyond a mist of spores.
Neswikala of the Green. Call me Nasan. I am underling to Hierophant Ophidan. Not Ophi. Opidana.
Of course, a druid. Druid, primal caster, often balance-keeping actors across and below the coast, known to commune with flora and fauna. As you look into her eyes, you can feel it. She communes with nature itself on the regular. You're a spellcaster. She gives you a goofy smile and a nod.
I've spent my days handling primal forces, that which grows and decays. Do you know much of it?
Yes, they went over the basics at the towers. It's about nature spirits, right? Like warlockism. No, to you. They went over the basics.
The towers? Ah, your wizard school.
I'm not a wizard.
But you're training a wizard tower.
Okay, you got me. It's not a great name for it. It's really more of a library with an old lecture hall and smells like fungus.
Fungus? Oh, I should visit.
She lowers her gaze for what you realize is the first time since she raised it.
I would like to hear your tale, human. There is much to learn from your folk and your settlement in this band.
She speaks as though the Earth folks' 60-something years of civilization building is nothing but a footnote in her history book.
How sustainable is your lifestyle?
Sustainable?
How do you replenish the resources you consume? And if you do not, how many years until depletion?
You mean me in particular, or my people?
Both, or either.
She presses down a mushroom in her bowl, sending a puff of spores into the air. I'm supposed to know that?
I do not mean an exact number of hours or even years until you run out of natural resources. Just an approximation, and perhaps a toll of the impact on others in your vicinity.
You want an answer now?
If you have it. But there is no stress.
Think about it, move on. If you focus on yourself, you can probably sustain yourself for a long-ass time. Not yourself. The elf speaks of the realm. How long until your way of life collapses? To keep one balanced with the primal forces of the land is the only just way to live. Earthfolk will eventually chew through this land and be forced to expand. We live in balance here in the city. I personally could live on an apple a day. That's pretty sustainable. Earthfolk will eventually chew through this land and forced to expand.
I've watched your people for some time, from a distance. I am not one to make judgments. That is for the earth and sea. But it worries me how few primal forces there are to keep you at bay.
Primal forces? She places a palm against the rough floor.
Opidana has helped me keep the...
Sorry, zoned out.
Opidana has helped keep the undersea from being overtaken by unbalanced powers. Demigods, fiends, celestials, your human arcanists. Each creates a power that not only overtakes the primal, they do so with ease. That great war your kind waged upon another delayed it, but I do certainly believe it is inevitable.
She speaks of the unsustainable nature of magic. Don't worry, nature always survives.
Most often it does, but look at your so-called burned coast and those cursed lands in Diminor. Nature makes it through most things, but there are forces in this world that can wring the life out of every band if it so wishes.
Magic is not what it used to be, but she is wise to stay.
We must stay vigilant.
She takes a deep and deliberate breath.
Now, enough of complicated topics. Tell me, human, do you have a mate?
The elf speaks of nature as a close ally. You should... Wait, what did she just ask? Even Wisdom's like, huh? What? Stare at her.
Well?
Your cheeks clench. No, not good. Your companion takes a few steps further away. Calm down. This is not a hostile situation. Elaborate.
Of course. I apologize if I was vague, human. I only meant most humans in this settlement group in pairs. I wondered if those of your kind do the same, form such long-term committed partnerships.
She did not have ill intent in her original inquiry. Snell's probably gonna not like that. No, I'm married to my work. Clear your throat. I'm the cleric. I'll go solo. I'm married to my work. She lowers her mushroom cap and sighs.
I see. It is the same here, then. The path of an esoteric guardian is to be alone.
You're never alone, even when it feels like you are. The elf starts adding some kind of oily liquid to her mushroom bowl.
If this old elf can guide you in any way, make it so. If not, I will return to my toil.
What do you know about the tea shop?
Only what the roots whispered to me.
The elf leans closer, twisting her head to the side.
You must delve deep, human. Something rotten happened that day. The green quakes. They fear what is to come. They whisper.
Oh, do they whisper anything useful? She leans back and lets out a resigned sigh.
You do not speak with trees often, do you?
You should stop and listen more often. So you were here when it exploded?
No, I was much further below.
What do the goblins whisper about?
That the city is at fault, that Lady Sageleaf should take over. The usual.
What do you think happened?
I will not deliberate on things I have no knowledge about.
Refreshing sentiment. Thanks.
You're welcome.
What are you voting in the election?
I'm not a citizen of Norvik.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
I like her. She's so chill. She's so chill and quirky. You don't look like an elf.
What do elves look like?
Ym elves are monstrous. Elim elves are tree-like. Pimea elves are simply gray. I suppose there's many kinds of elves. She nods.
We do not call ourselves by that. We do not call ourselves that. But to your people, yes, I am an elf. Pimea.
She closes her eyes.
Pimea yo oli tiana tatia. We are the elves of the stars.
Pimea is our name for their people, but it is not correct. Remember that.
Any questions?
You speak Elvish. Impressive. Do you people have a great civilization below? So you're here from the Undercoast. How do I get there? No, I like elves. How do I get there?
Holes and tunnels. There are more than enough, even within viewing distance. Though I'd recommend gaining Lady Sageleaf's approval first.
Do your people have a great civilization below?
No. I believe your people will call us nomads.
You speak Elvish? Impressive. She looks to the side, then back to you.
Your grasp on the human tongue is remarkable as well.
She's too kind. Got other questions?
Great.
Hey, Snell, why are you acting weird?
Shut up.
He turns away from you and the mushroom lady.
Don't worry. The ladies' runner here is not a fan of fungi.
I'm just keeping a safe distance, all right? He takes a few more steps away. Your companion must have had a bad experience with mushrooms at some point. You should inquire about that later. Show your primal attunement. Oh my god, thank god for my +6 modifier. You kneel. You kneel to prove it. Your attunement to nature.
Interesting. Yes.
She places the bowl from her desk to the ground before you. You must show that you've learned in your studies. The primal forces are complicated, but you can still sense the tingle of Jor's strings through every branch and mushroom. Hold your hand over her bowl. As you reach out, the elf hums. Then she moves the bowl even closer to you. You've attempted this before. It did not go well. You believe. That is all you require. Magic is not an exact science, despite what the instructors in the towers used to tell you. The esoteric in your realm does not conform to rules. That is the only rule they will truly follow. Now feel the oily mushroom inside this bowl. The strings within them, around them. Grab one of them, change it, twist a string. At first, nothing, then a twinge. Whatever you touched, it is connected with the spores, the growth, the decay. You did little, but you did something. The elf nods. What did I do?
You ruined my brew.
It's fine. Listen. Oh, whoops. She laughs.
You caused the fungi in the bowl to change acidity. It's subtle, but it's there. You performed an act of druidcraft, human.
Use Druidcraft to unlock unique interactions with the natural world. The goblin looks on, giving an uncharacteristically stunned expression. I did? She gives you a lecherous smirk. Nessa grabs the bowl and pours the mushy mushroom onto the ground. The contents wriggle before you. I made the mushroom come to life? She looks up, reassuring you.
No. They are supposed to move like that. You did not perform that big of an esoteric feat. No, not yet, at least.
She chuckles and puts the bowl back onto her desk.
Perhaps you can be one human I share knowledge with, if that is what you wish.
I love plants. Give her a thumbs up.
Very well. What do you want to know, human?
I want to know how to speak with animals.
That shouldn't be too hard. Here, a spell scroll to get you started. Cast it when you have an animal to speak with, and you should be able to hold a conversation, as long as you can keep up.
What is Druidcraft, really?
I would call it a most useful path of communication with nature. It can be useful for many things, but for you, I would suggest focusing on the basics. Use it to move peacefully through the roots and to show your balance to nature, to those primal spirits who roam below.
Can druids create magical food, perhaps?
Certainly. There is a spell that would be very useful for you since you're on the run and all the time. Good apple. It creates 5 apples. Each can feed a grown man for a full day.
Oh, I love apples. Can I add that spell, please?
I don't have that spell scroll, sorry. But I do seem to remember I handed one to Mungor. She might keep one in the roots of poo.
Mungor? Oh, I've met her. Bugbear, right?
Yes, indeed. How wonderful. She really needs more socializing down there. Such a lovely woman. Quite the butt to her.
How can I get the good apple spell scroll?
Just tell her I sent you. Mungo and I are friends, you see.
Are these apples real or fake?
They're real. I've customized the spell myself in the process of helping sage these apple strains down here. Magically created, yes, but real.
Good.
Good.
Can nature protect me?
Of course, with barkskin. I do have a spell scroll for it, but it's down in the roots below the garden. If you pass by, take it. I'll keep a cache hidden underneath Lord Pooh.
Pooh is the Elvish for tree. Or Pooh is Elvish for tree. So some kind of animated tree, I suppose?
Something like that. We have a password. Just say, Minun Sexikas Puni.
There we go.
Minun Sexikas Puni. And it'll open right up. You can have the other stuff inside, since Sage Leaf wants you to succeed.
Oh, great, thanks.
You're welcome.
She gives you a creepy smile.
Just give the password and he will grant you access.
Oh my god. Zinguine, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, did it not play? The fuck? Hold on. Oh, that should be fixed. Did it not? Subscribe. I will hydrate, Zinguine. Thank you. I'm just trying to... No, it's not playing. What the hell? I could have swore I got that fixed. Okay, so what's supposed to happen is if there's a subscription or a gift subscription, there's supposed to be a GIF of there's supposed to be a SpongeBob GIF and a brick sound bit that's supposed to play, but I guess for some reason it's decided to not work today. Nice avatar. Thank you. It was done by SamtheSilkie. If you do !PNG, you can get his socials
There was the GIF? Really? I guess I didn't hear it. Weird. That's really bizarre. So maybe there was the GIF but no sound. I don't know. I've been hearing that Mix It Up's got some really weird problems lately. That's just some things just don't play, like some of the alerts. Yeah, because I'm not even seeing the activity happen in my chat, so I think something's... Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's supposed to be that animation, but there's supposed to be a sound with it too. So I'm trying to figure out why it's not playing the sound, unless I don't have the sound for the gifted. Don't I? No, I do. Maybe I'm supposed to have it like that. Sorry for the sudden need to change this. It's just... Okay, I think I know what it is. It's because the audio output was on the default and not on my microphone. Because every goddamn time I ever have to update a goddamn app on here, it always defaults to a different sound output versus what I actually have. Okay, so now it should be fine. Also, hi Zinguine, hope you're doing well. But yeah, I recently made my change to be a PNG tuber, because I've wanted to make this change for a while, and I am glad that SamtheSilkie was able to create this PNG really, really nicely. He did a great job on it. So if you want to go check him out to commission him, those are his socials, his VGen, his Blue Sky, and his Twitch. I would recommend the VGen side of things because that's honestly a really great way for you to go check out some artists to see what you may want, be it desktops, animation, desktop backgrounds, animations, emotes, just a really, really nice hub. And SamtheSilkie is a great artist. I'd really recommend him a lot. So yeah, and thanks again for the gifted sub. All right, so we're going with Primal Forces. Oh, I am going to hydrate because you just redeemed that. But also, I forgot, since we're playing a D&D style thing. Ooh, 19. Fuck yeah. Okay, so Primal Forces.
Nature.
Her face says it is self-explanatory.
That includes, but is not limited to, elements, life, anything that grows, really. It is that which exists at the core of it all. But even after alterations, it remains within. Generally speaking, a clump of ore will be more primal than a forged blade. In short, the primal emerges from natural energies.
Decent explanation. What differs primal from arcane and divine forces? She squints and stares at you for a while.
To answer that, could be many. Or the answer to that could be many. I would lean towards saying that they differ in only origin. But that origin makes all the difference in the world.
How do you mean?
I don't know. It is like forces that flow through Jaws strings. Some flow from divine sources, some flow from natural, primal sources. While the arcane, it is more like plucking those strings themselves, editing the rules, something like that.
She gives you a slow nod. Thank you, that's all the magic questions for now.
You're very welcome, human.
That's it, bye. I like her. She's cool. All right. Now then, with that done,
I think maybe we just go ahead and... Let's see, it was Water Lane, right? Probably head down there, actually. Maybe go through this way. That's where Central Tolstad goes. Actually, no, I do want that spell, so we're going to go through... Well, no, we'll get it another time. Okay, there's the snail. Alright, I want to go to Water Lane. Get the permission from Darrow to investigate the scene. Alright. Read and Mead. There's a slot in the door here. You approach the door. Bookbinder, you got business here? Of course I have a deep love for books, Snell. That's funny. Didn't expect that, considering everything. I'm not a big reader myself, but I indulge occasionally. Sorry, I was checking something real quick. Okay. He sounds surprised. That's rude. Very rude. What, did you think I don't like books? I'm a professional and highly esoterically minded cleric. Of course I love books. Be offended. What kind of wizard would dislike books? Be a wizard. You can read. Okay, that's mean. Druids sometimes read books. They're rough looking enough. Or is it rude to read on the corpses of a tree? I don't know, cleric. He groans. His sound makes it clear that he is tired of you talking about druidic things, despite the fact that he should celebrate your passionate love for nature. Well, maybe we shouldn't just stand here and talk in front of a shop. You knocking or we leaving? Knock on the door. Within seconds of the knock, the slit opens on the door. The slit in the door slides open. Beyond you, a pair of large yellow eyes glaring at you.
Hey, yo.
Bird.
Hey, yo. Is this pest control?
The eyes quickly tilt to the left. In a sense? The eyes push closer to the slit of the door. As they do, a brush of gray feathers pokes out. A bird folk.
A cleric?
I'm a wizard, I'm a rogue. Yeah, duh. The birdman behind the door ruffles his feathers.
Shenyulan is my name. If you are not pest control, I need nothing from you. Please leave.
I have a ruined prayer book. Can you fix it?
Prayer book? Yes. I've seen quite a few. Drop inside. I will take a check a look.
Drop it in.
Yes. Horrible. Salt water, left swollen. You could have avoided the worst of this if the drying process had been handled better. I will rebind this foul mess for you.
How much will it cost?
Well, we will see. It depends on the process. I will need guidance on the direction of the rebinding. The spellings inside are lost, however the style and formatting can be saved. Using my skills, I can aim at something from the towers, which would be most similar to the original work. I could also focus on rebinding in the style of a druidic ledger, or perhaps a grimoire of the dark and forbidden arts.
Forbidden magic, isn't that illegal? Hence the name? You know druidic stuff? Have you worked on many clerical tools? Just remake it as well as you can with the original intentions in mind. Choose an intelligence upgrade. Oh! Druidic, forbidden. Have you worked on many clerical tools?
Yes. I'm not an official merchant of the towers, but many come to me for better prices and better service. Despite how little most clerics enjoy working with my kin.
Yes, most clerics are quite hateful against non-humans after all. That's terrible. I'm not like those other clerics, I promise.
I do not care. I am not your friend. Now make a choice.
Forbidden magic? Isn't that illegal, hence the name?
I'm a registered spellcaster in your city.
He lets out an annoyed bird sound.
That gives me the right to handle any magical components and tools. no matter the outcome, as long as I do not cost it myself. Thus is your law written.
Sounds profitable.
It is indeed.
You know druidic stuff?
I have many customers, including various druids of the city. They have an aversion to modern practices themselves, hence my services are well appreciated.
I want to go full wisdom on this, so let's go druidic ledger.
That I will do. Return tomorrow, not while the sun rises. I am either resting or working intently during those hours. Anything else you want, or will you leave me to work?
You want to go for a drink at the tavern later?
No.
Are you a scholar?
Oh, you are interested in the arts?
It's kind of my job, yeah. I'd love to hear more about you. An owlkin in Norfolk is not so common.
I was trained in the knowledge back in Three Wings. I know many things.
Three Wings, the name of the birdfolk tribes which ruled far inland in the Divini Torum. They unified 57 years ago and created a sovereignty based on Asgalian ideals. They were subjugated by the Golden Horde 32 years ago.
But no time to talk or share. Busy. If you want scholarly teachings, go speak with my upstairs neighbor. That gnome never stops talking.
Who?
Just go upstairs. His door is always open.
Why do you need help from the Pest Control Guild?
Rats.
Oh.
They're awful. Keep spawning out of the sewer pipes.
Yeah, the PCG could really take care of that.
Yes.
He lets out an angry bird noise.
But that bastard guild leader, Tall Limb Slip, keeps telling me they don't have time. No time? They have a dozen teams running around the city. No time? I've heard the big problem is that they cannot get anyone to do pest control missions at 1-star levels.
The PCG has a ranking system based on the danger of any particular pest they handle. Of course, rats would be a 1-star problem.
The halfways, we haven't relied on PCG for years. They just don't have the time for anything under 2-star danger ranking. It's very annoying. I've looked into it, and the problem is the pest control teams that join the guild only take 1-star missions for a couple weeks. Then they quickly start focusing only on higher paying tasks, and all the actual normal pests keep on spreading throughout the city.
Yeah, because prioritization of higher level tasks means that they get the higher pay because they want to be able to have all the money, but having all the money means all of the lesser known tasks, or the very least the ones that don't seem as much of a high priority, end up getting tossed to the wayside. But the problem is those little tasks build up if they are not taken care of. Like, think of a custodian who focuses so much on, like, on vacuuming carpets and doing glass work, like cleaning windows and stuff, and that's just the big things to do that he keeps thinking on, or that they keep doing. But then, like, the neglect will come through if they maybe don't mop the floors all the time, or don't mop the bathrooms, or if they don't end up taking trash out, for instance. Like, that builds up, and it can get really bad. All right, so we're going to go into an ad break, though. So 3 minutes of ads, then an hour of no pre-rolls after. So be sure to get yourself hydrated, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we will be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. So, we have an owl person.
It's a ridiculously idiotic system. So while all the mimics and monsters keep getting slayed, nothing is done about these darn rats.
The Pest Control Guild uses a legendarily poor design. Yeah, as I just mentioned, like, as he said, mimics and, like, other large monsters do get taken care of, but who's going to take care of all of the, like, mice and the rats, the shrews, the cockroaches? I don't know. Given the game's setting, I wouldn't be completely shocked if giant centipedes were an issue. Pest Control Guild, one of the oldest guilds in Norvik. They are supposed to keep monsters at bay and clean up any unwanted critters across the city. These days, they are so bogged down in requests from citizens in the city that they usually have backlogged for months. Entirely due to it being a public thing, of course. Had it been privatized from the start... Oh, fuck off, dude. The bird takes a few breaths after his rant.
Worst part, my nephew has a team himself, the White Doves they're called. And I've tried sending messages to him, but he just says the same thing. Too busy, too busy.
Tell me more about your nephew.
He calls himself Valerian Windrider. That is the Norvikian way of saying his name. He's also active with that Free Strider party if you're interested in throwing a vote for one of my fellow Owlkin. He works with one of those filthy Ubus, which I'm not happy about. Oh, and a halfling, a cleric in fact, of the Lady Fair Church.
Have I heard of that church over in the housing, right? I've heard of that church over in housing, right?
That's the one. I think they're connected with an orphanage.
I could join the Pest Control Guild. The owl man scoffs.
Sure, and then you'd go and take on all the big scary monsters that crawl up the city. Ignoring all the actual pests just to get a payday.
No way, I'd work my ass off trudging through the sewers, catching rats for barely nothing payout. All for the satisfaction of a hard day's work.
Really?
Yeah, I'm that good of a guy.
Well, if everyone was like you, this city would be a better place.
I could take a look at it. It does kind of sound like a quest.
If you do, I will be very happy. The rats seem to come from the sewers connected to within the city below.
Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, wonderful. So my book's getting fixed up. And it's now dusk. Who's this? Rollo Malak. Who are you? Human Earthfolk, level 1 unemployed. The next generation, a late-stage teenager representing all young men among the Earthfolk. Statistically, it could be worrying if all young men today feel as lost and unemployed as this one. Then everything must be going to shit. At least he's politically active. Not politely. All right. And strength probably means he's all about the Norvikian party. Actually, hold on. What's your deal? Oh, you're the person who wanted to talk with your friend. Youth Asgal Modissa. Also a human, because this is the person the dwarf wanted us to find. A girl on a mission. She's out to fight for the green, no matter the battle. Her brash exterior is no fakery. It is her heart worn on each of her sleeves. Okay. A tense scene. Oh, a cleric! Just in time. 4 young guys, each looking a bit nervous. Except the angry-looking blonde kid. We've confiscated the illegal goods, he says and bows his head. For the city! He turns his head towards one of the kids behind him. How's it going, Earth Nisei? I'm trying, hold on. Are you militia? The blonde kid shakes his head. I'm Rollo, the blonde kid says and takes a bow. Rollo Malak, at your service. Behind me are Earth Nisei, Sten Buxen, and Tolly. We're members of the Norvikian resistance, of movement to... You're thieves, and ignorant book burners. The girl adjusts her spectacles and straightens her back. With all due respect, Mr. Cleric, she says, don't believe a word from these thugs. You notice the 2 other girls behind her, a halfling and a dwarf, both look at each other. Assholes! Careful, it's an actual cleric. Thugs? Come on, Modissa. Really? Just like the AY aren't just a bunch of ruffians? I've seen enough, the goblin whispers to you and sighs. Just activists clashing. Clashing. The AY? Asgalist youths. See a green armband? I'm confused. Is there a problem here? Problem's taken care of, Lord Cleric. Oh, fuck off! They've stolen, she hisses, then turns to Rollo to bark out. You stole our entire water lane delivery! Yeah, sure, of an illegal newspaper. Lord Cleric, I assure you, we're doing the city a favor here. I'll take that back. It's just a bunch of lapas. I see lovers quarrel. Lord Cleric? I dig it. I'm the Lord Cleric. Wait a second. No, I need to correct something here. I'm not actually a cleric. Okay, so I'm sensing a conflict here. Are you kids even allowed to be out this late? Both sides look at you with frowns.
Look, I have a hard time seeing how old humans are as well, but these are clearly young adults, even if they're not actually if they're not acting their age. Hey, shut up, Goblin!
Your companion grits his sharp fangs in the blonde kid's direction.
Hey, kid, wanna die? Keep talking.
He takes a step back.
You're here to uphold the law, right? So arrest these assholes, now.
The dwarf grabs her hand and holds her back.
Matissa, calm down, please.
What does the law say about this conflict? The Asgal chant, or whatever silly name its anonymous publisher gave it, is not licensed or for distribution in Tolstad. Requiring licenses for public distribution is a typical method to repress journalistic intent in Norfolk.
Ah, so they're like, you can publish newspapers, but only of stuff that we approve, and if we don't approve it, it's going to be made illegal or not approved. So it's repression of wanting any kind of anti or sentimentality that is contradictory to Norvik.
At the same time, it is also illegal to steal delivered newspapers from mailboxes, even if those papers are delivered illegally. That's a lot of illegality.
Both are in the wrong?
In different ways, yes. Although it's clear that the boys are bullies and the girls are victims.
I could just charm one of them, right?
That would be a solution. Tell them you've made up your mind and then cast it on one of them. What are you guys voting in the election?
Not the time,
Snell says, rubbing his eyes.
The Workers' Party, she says. Duh.
Same for me. The dwarf raises her hand carefully.
Yeah. And these stupid boys are obviously voting for the party of Norvik. No, we're not. None of us are.
Yeah, fuck that.
What?
Yeah, no. The silent kid in the back raises his fist into the air.
Fuck the establishment.
Rollo nods to the cleric.
There are deeper forces at work here. Divine forces.
So you're voting Azulis then? Oh, you're Freestriders. Very cool. You should obviously vote for me. What, you're not voting for anything?
Indeed. We're not voting at all.
Not a bad choice, considering this mess. What, if you don't engage in democracy? What? If you don't engage with democracy, the bad guys win.
We, the blonde kid says, gesturing to his three friends, we are fighting the evil powers, ready to establish a true resistance to anti-human sentiments. For Earth.
I wish you guys could see the fucking face I just made at this chud. The girl with the creased eyebrows sighs loudly. That sounds like a conspiracy.
Uh-huh.
The blonde kid looks to his left and right.
Right on.
What's going on here?
First of all, thank you for listening to reason. I know we look like some dumb kids, but we're not.
Burning the written word does nothing to dispel such a notion. He gestures towards you and then to himself.
We're on the same team here.
I don't look dumb. Stop stalling and tell me what you're doing here.
So, we heard about the Asgal chant being delivered on Tolstad. Or I did, at the guild. I work at the fishery, and I see every day how Earthfolk get radicalized by dwarven nonsense. So, I figured I'd get the boys with me and we'd, put a stop to it.
You want to stop the production of a copper paper? Through violence and terror? Glance at the papers behind him.
Well, couldn't figure out where the thing was printed or anything. A lot of copper press signs don't really have official companies behind them.
Especially trash like the chant,
you hear coming from the short kid in the back.
Go fuck yourself, Tolly. Hey, relax. I'm telling our story here. To the good Lord Cleric.
He turns back to you and coughs.
Of course, it's illegal to distribute unlicensed papers in every official district, so I asked around. Apparently someone saw these girls at the university going around delivering it. Wasn't that difficult to figure out. It was just Modissa doing the deliveries. Fucking Modissa.
He's not allowed to do that, the large kid in the back says with a nod. Wait, you guys know each other? There's history here?
Yeah.
Back at school, everyone knew who Modissa was.
The Asgalist Annoyance, the blonde kid says with a grin. Such a terrible nickname, unimaginative and boring. Also, fuck you. Anyway, that's how we got here. They're delivering an illegal magazine, and we've put a stop to it.
He grins wide and proud. You, explain your side. She scoffs.
Okay, fine.
Her dwarven friend mutters,
Modissa,
in a concerned tone.
Copper Fever Press. We deliver papers for the Asgalist chant. Maybe you've heard of it. It's a pretty big deal.
Snell chuckles. The paper is not terribly popular, but it is known for radical articles and political stances. She draws a sharp breath.
We have a busy schedule, and right as we started delivering the papers in Waterlane, these pieces of shit started following us, taking papers we've just delivered right out from people's mailboxes. That's illegal, right? Asks the halfling girl.
Highly illegal.
Of course it's illegal.
She does not care for your opinion on the legality of mail theft. How rude.
And then they grab one of our paper stacks from Zerba, like straight up assault and theft, and... Modissa, it wasn't... They can't get away with this. Well, Modissa, it wasn't...
It probably was not that bad. Poor girl. All right, I've come to a conclusion.
Good, she says and nods.
She's hiding a nervous expression.
Great, good.
He's outwardly very nervous. Approach the blonde kid, see if you can get these nationalists to back off.
Oh, hey.
He stares at you, trying to retain his composure. He's terrified. You're frustrated already. You're likely to take it out on both sides if you fail at getting them to give back the papers. Beware. Spoke with Rollo's younger brother. Oh, the newspaper kid. Stare at him. His pores are sweating. And we pass. Tell him to fuck off. Puff out your chest. Take a deep breath. Place a hand on his shoulder. Your gloved hand grabs him firmly and he gives you a freaked out expression. Kid, give her back the papers. He mutters, trying to form an argument. No. Stay quiet. He glares at you. Give back the papers. He glances away from you. You can see his mind working behind those wide eyes. Then he slowly nods. Rollo snatches up the stack of papers and tosses them over to Modissa. She catches them with an oof, accompanied by a foul expression. Grumbling, the boys then leave Waterlane.
God be damned.
The three girls collect themselves for a moment. For a second.
Shit. Yeah, wow, that was scary. Mr. Cleric, thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Your cause is good. Keep at it.
Will do. If you want to help out, come by Smee's apartment at the Holes. As long as you're a friend, you'll be welcomed.
Within a minute, they've disappeared, leaving Waterlane a bit less rowdy than before.
I'd say that was the right choice, even if those girls seem shady as well. Now let's get out of here.
Time to leave. All right. Well, it's evening, so I know I want... What is this? Sign says, we are closed for today. AR staff. What is this? A statue of Earth. Who left this here? Another shrine. Ah, yes. This little figurine does still count as a shrine. Shouldn't I move it? It's like in the middle of the road. No. It has chosen its path.
What?
The figure of Earth. It is a makeshift shrine meant to stand exactly where it is and where it might go. Ready to serve whoever needs him the most. You wish you were a man capable of something similar. What other gods are there? Okay, no, I already went through all of that when I did the first shrine. Conquest by river, by land, by heart. Path along the water. What the fuck? A regular non-giant crab. You spot a crab on the rock. Official name, Tornian Crawler. It does a little shimmy. Cute.
Yes, cleric, that is a crab.
Pet the crab. You reach forth and the crab immediately snips onto your index finger. Huh? Panic. The crab pincers grip your finger hard. Hard. Your steely bones tank most of the damage. But it is hanging on. Get out of the vice grip? Oh, no. You bend and you pry, but the crab will not let go. The blood is not flowing. Slowly you will die. Snell, call for help. I'm being assaulted.
What? Sorry, I was looking at the river. It's very pretty this time of year.
It's not. He's just trying to ignore you. This is an emergency. I'm dying. Point at the crab with your other hand.
Crab? Yeah, I see it. Guess I can help. Maybe.
He looks tired. Okay, there we go. You use your free hand to pry the pincers off your finger. When your index is released, you immediately feel the blood begin to flow once more. Freedom. He was a good little fighter. He was a good little fighter. A good crab. Are you allowed to loiter here? It does not respond. What do you know about the tea shop? It snips with its pincers once.
What's that, Crabby? Johnny Longneck blew up the tea shop.
Johnny Longneck, an infamous pirate captain of the Arcane Era, had an airship capable of ransoming the safety of entire cities, called the Green Rock. It, along with its captain, was lost in the waves of Old Dominior around 200 AE.
Damn, guess we'll have to find him.
Johnny Longneck, not again!
Him and his dastardly plans.
Also, I'm joking. Please do not take that seriously. We're not going into the Reedsian. Yeah, Reedsian. Sorry, I tried to absorb the word. Let me get some water.
We're not going into the Reedsian Wains to seek out Johnny Longneck's crash site.
Spoil sport. What are you voting for in the election? It makes no noise in reply to your question. So, this is probably where I would need speak with animals. Maybe I can do that? No. So nothing changes on that.
Yeah.
Where does this take me? The cogs inside. Alright, I think I want to go to the tea shop because it's like night, so it's like 8? No. It's 7. It's 7 in the evening. The roller mill workers keep more than ledgers in their archive. Oh god, there's several stale baked goods here. Yoink. Door's barred, not getting in there. This will be the rest of the roller mill. A wooden door blocks your path. Feel the handle. Oh yeah, locked tight. He shut it. He shut it! All to keep his people at bay. An owner in fear of his labor.
That must lead to the back office. Haven't been there before, but I think they closed down a while ago. Heard rumors from some goblins that worked here. I think the owner fired them all out of nowhere.
If they closed down, why is the mill spinning?
Yeah, that's actually concerning now that I think about it. I'll ask around. Nothing worrying about now, though.
Let's get a... Fuck me, I am having bad rolls today. You fumble with the locks, your tool slipping. Almost. No, it won't budge. Your hands are too clumsy for this delicate work. Try again, or find another way. Maybe later. I don't have the strength for that kind of a roll. You glance at the ladder. It's one hell of a climb. Those cogs, they could swallow you whole. What kind of man, no, what kind of human cannot climb a simple ladder for 20 short feet? It would be embarrassing for anyone of any age to fail this. Esoteric tingle leads you astray. Okay, there we go. Taking a confident step onto the ladder, you begin your climb. You close your eyes as you do so, in order to fumbly immerse yourself in the experience of changing your elevation. You're afraid. It is very high. Yet your body remains calm. But within a moment, you are at the top of the ladder.
God, you're slow. Can we get moving now?
Head out. What is this? Up to the roof. What is on the roof? What's this? Lady Chamar Mountain Lamb. Oh. That's a nope. Man, I rolled piss poor today. What is this? A letter wedged in between some roof tiles. Resistance note. A handwritten note entitled, Important Notice, to Resistance members of Tolstad. You ever hear about a resistance, Snell?
Yeah, the Norvik Resistance or whatever. Minor organization, basically a bunch of human kids causing trouble. I only know of them because they wiped away some goblin graffiti a couple months ago. I went and talked with one of them mums. Nice old lady and needs housing. After that, we didn't have any more trouble.
Are they're nationalists?
Nationalists, I think. Bunch of boys. Human boys tend to lean nationalistic for certain reasons.
Boys can be non-fascist. It's possible. Yes, obviously. Roll your eyes despite the fact that he cannot see it. Non-fascist is possible. He shrugs. Sure, anything's possible. What does he say if I do the other option? He squints. Are you rolling your eyes? Yes, roll your eyes again. Ah, okay. It looked like you had some type of neck problem. But it's fine. Keep at it. Read the note. Tonight's ting is cancelled. Meet up tonight on Water Lane instead. It's time to stop the chant. It's signed by R. The chant? Locally produced newspaper, Water Lane. You know what Water Lane is. Don't be stupid. It's right down below. You know, the underground port. You know the underground port. Largest port in the city. Closest path is probably through Pillar Crossing. When's this meeting? This evening, it seems. Tonight should mean something like between 7 and midnight or something. Right, interesting. A bit scary, too. Young people should not be running around. They could hurt themselves. Well, we stopped that pretty evidently earlier, so we're all good on that front. So we just stopped. So I just found the thing that would trigger a quest, and then we found the thing to trigger a quest that we already solved. All right, I've bumbled around a lot. I want to go now to the tea shop, if we can make it in, because I don't think the guy that we're supposed to get permission from is even open yet. The tea shop. Midst scorch marks and cracked masonry, you approach a doorway. There are several planks blocking the passage. The tea shop. What a mess. Take a peek inside. A powerful force left these marks. Fastened with several nails, you see a paper. The goblin clears his throat and begins reading the bold letters at the top of the paper. See notice. No trespassing. That doesn't include me, does it? He shrugs. I'm no expert in city law, but... Your companion suddenly kicks the plank, sending a subtle ripple of blue energy around his foot.
You think I wouldn't sneak in by myself if I could? It's sealed. You ain't getting in without a magistrate's approval.
Touch the planks. As you do, subtle ripples of blue energy appear across your gloved hand. It is sealed. As you move away your hand, the faint aura shimmers in dark, translucent blue and then fades away.
Yep.
This feels like trouble. Just standing near the door makes it clear that there's a locking spell cast on it. Standard procedure for crime scenes. What kind of magic is this? It's arcane lock. Casting it on a bunch of planks is unorthodox, but obviously they got it working. A second-level abjuration spell. It locks entryways until dispelled. Costs a bit to cast, but once it's in place, it's quite a nuisance. It is used all over the towers. You need a passphrase to unseal it. Can I bypass the effect with magic? Of course. Knock would do the trick. Dispel magic could also work, however, you do remember it being quite difficult to get a hold of, even within the tower. Do not expect to find it here. Can I guess the passphrase? Guess? Guess? Without knowing who placed the seal personally and their preferences, even assuming the person who placed it is an idiot, who would use something of their own preference? There are millions of sentences. There is no chance in hell you can simply guess. Now go figure something else out.
As long as this blue asshole's in the way, no. You'll need another way in.
But I can still break it down, right? You can certainly try. You just break it down and I just do like the breakdancing meme. The line between bravery and foolishness is as thin as a hamster's hair. Do you think I could break it open, Snell?
I'd love to see you try. Go for it. I believe in you, cleric.
The goblin's heart is on your side. Did it? No. Look beyond the planks. You catch glances of still shadows beyond. A counter, fallen wooden beams, a large interior space covered in soot and burnt furniture. A scorched mess. There's no other way in?
Not that I know of, but it wouldn't surprise me. Tolstad is full of tunnels, holes, pipes, so who knows?
Look around at the scorch marks. The marks go far. The flames must have been enormous, very clear signs of esoteric power. Arguably, these marks could possibly have been caused by a regular fire of a wooden house. This stone masonry does not have enough fuel to carry such a flame, unless the building was stacked to the brim with tinder. Check out the trespassing notice. Handwritten in bold letters saying, "City notice, no trespassing." It then continues with the finer writing. By the order of the Coin Lord Darrow, the following premises are under city seizure until suspicion of criminal offense. Under suspicion of criminal offense, unlawful trespassing will be liable under 13 Holster contempt. 13 Holster, a collection of laws surrounding the lawful arrest of citizens. You need the magistrate's password. Turn to Snell. The tea shop that blew up, eh?
It sure did. It was one hell of a blast. The structure's still standing.
The masonry is modern, clearly the work of
dwarven engineering. Looks like shit, but boy, it can take a hit.
I should leave for now. Okay, so Water Lane, huh? So I really need to be down in Water Lane for this. Sleeping for service, come back after midnight-ish. Okay, well I need to go down to Water Lane. Right? It was Water Lane that he's located in? Upper Press Fever, Dragon of Tolstad, Frank, son of Frank, tea shop that blew up. Coin Lord Darrow can be found up the hill on Central Tolstad. Okay, not Water Lane. Misremembered, because Water Lane's spoken of a lot. Alright, we're going to see if we can find this guy. Oh, it's the half-orc. Okay, so... Whoa! An actual sphinx. Huh. Oh my god, a magic jukebox. Okay, well, I do... Maybe it is too late in the game. I don't know. I'm going to see about Central Tolstad and see if we can get that permission. But if we can't, I'm going to come back to the Drunken Sphinx and talk there. Because, holy shit, that looks fucking cool. I would love to see all the patrons there and talk there. An actual Sphinx. Oh, cool. Okay, so that's just the end of the bridge. Central Temple of Earth. Who is this badass looking dude? Stairs go below the city. Okay, so no, this is not it. This motherfucker looks awesome. I'll talk to him later. Oh, okay, there we are. This is where we're supposed to go. Darrow House. Oh, sure enough. Whoa. Who are you? Etir, City Sworn Angel? Okay, we get two things. Cold, stern, glorious. She follows orders, the type of orders that grant eternal fulfillment. Truly ancient piece of history, propped up as a garden decoration. The Coin Lord's garden you encounter in the Coin Lord's garden you encounter a porcelain specter. Polished armor, inhuman. Her presence is both ethereal and demanding. Alright, start drinking some water. She floats gently in the air, strangely unaffected by the river winds. Your goblin companion keeps his distance, muttering under his breath a word of disdain. Angel. Angel? The creature does not turn to face you. Instead, her many eyes simply pivot their gaze. A handful of Celestials are employed by the city after the Clanland's deal of 13. Arcane Cleric, she echoes, of the Palace, Script House, and Earthguard. That's me, hello. She replies by bowing her head slightly, whilst her many eyes glare at you. She now lifts her chin. She then opens her mouth to speak in a projected cold tone. Etir. She says her name like a declaration of existence. As she states her name, you realize her mouth is not moving. Telepathic communication. The goblin gives you an uncomfortable look. He clearly does not enjoy having telepathic conversations like this. That's a nice name. She does not respond. Speaking with this ethereal creature is unnerving. Whatever you do, do not mention the eyes. You should mention it. The eyes. She'll appreciate it. She would destroy you. She is too powerful. The angel would step upon your soul. Stomp on it. Her domination would be good and just. Just let it happen. Fuck me. This is what you get for having shit charisma. The words formulate in your mind and get quickly tangled. The pressure. Her eyes are so freaky. Are you okay? Snell gives you a crazed look. The goblin thinks you are actually insane. After a short pause, the angel appears to lift her head. Grutek. The word cut harsh through your bellows. Hey, Snell whispers to you. Don't mess with this fucking thing. Okay.
Maybe do some small talk, then ask the big questions. I'm here to investigate the tea shop. The eyes just stare at you. They spin gently around her. She's very non-vocal. We're getting nowhere with this. Be direct with her. That would make things easier. Just don't be too rude, okay? Great, so, The eyes stop spinning. She can sense your impatience. She is a messenger of divinity, overwhelming to the senses. Enunciate slowly. I need to speak with Darrow. Slowly, the angel turns her face towards you for the first time. Oh, God, you're a dead man. Walk away, walk away, walk away. You can feel Snell's sweating. Malutki Przenovit. A celestial tongue. You can sense she does not see you as worthy. Is that all right with you? Perhaps you should take a stand for yourself. Do not disrespect me. As you do, she makes her first real move. One step. Her hand placed upon the top of your helmet. What? When? The goblin grits his teeth and stumbles back. The ring rotates around her and then now yours. Around her head, now yours. She is close. Stay silent. She leans in. You see through the gap in her skull where her eyes should be. A warning, cleric. Jedno, she whispers. Before taking a step back, leaving you frozen. You don't like her. She will be your death. Your body is pulled towards her. Despite her harsh words, you see her body language relax. Maybe. It's hard to tell. She does not appear truly angry. Coin Lord Darrow is busy. When is he available? She looks to her right, towards the building leaning against the ancient tower. After a moment of silence, she says, Coin Lord Darrow will be available post-midnight. You will only be available after midnight, between midnight and 6 a.m. He will be in his restoir? I've never seen that word before. Several of her eyes look to the entryway to her right. Restoir is not a real word, and whoever is attempting to make it one deserves a life of suffering. That door there? Yes. At midnight, you say? Yes. Is Restoir? Yes. Right. She says nothing. She is clearly a master manipulator, just standing there, staring. You speak good human for an angel? Human is not a language. Oh yeah, I meant Norvikian. That is a dialect. Gotta be so specific. Snell chuckles, then goes back to being awfully quiet. He is so afraid of the angel, he stifles his witty remarks. The common tongue of man is called Diminorian, of Old Diminior. You speak good Diminiorian, then? I speak every tongue, cleric. It is not special. Your companion raises an eyebrow. Really? Even Goblin? Ta me, she says, turning her gaze to him. Nachtatu Gopar. What a show-off. Oh, awesome. Good job, lady. He did not expect that. Few goblins speak goblin in Norvik after the integration efforts. Not integration. It was genocide. The goblin genocide. The destruction of the goblin clans of Ascani by Earth around 50 years ago. 3 clans were then integrated into Norvik, with their new generation being put through human schooling. I need access to the tea shop now. Coinlode Darrow has requested no unauthorized access. But I'm not authorized? You are not. Can I ask some personal questions? No. Please? No. Tough nut. Alright, well, fair to say, that went poorly. Holy shit. An actual honest-to-God angel. Okay, so an ability score. I'm gonna boost my
int. All right. Oh, I have speak with animals. Oh, shit. Fuck yeah. And I've got another spell slot. And a second level spell slot. All right. Well, I have to speak with Darrow at midnight anyway. So you know what? Drunken Phoenix time. Let's go get fucking drunk as shit. Oh, hello. Who are you? Pinja Anthea. Or Athena. Ooh, near max. Level 2 sorcerer. Strange. There's something not quite right about this elf on the corner of the fortress. Her presence appears not vivid enough for you to even accept her as real. Elven magic? Feminine mystique? Or something else? Oh, I like that. It just kind of breaks off. It's not singular facts. Oh. I like that this game plays with its own ideas a lot. Mm-hmm. Standing on the corner, you see a woman in a green coat. Her intense gaze focused on the cityscape horizon across the river. Careful, cleric, Snell says under his breath. Easy to slip and fall here. Clear your throat gladly. She turns her head, the expression cold. She is mourning. Yes. This is a real lady. Impress her with your poetry skills. Elves are scary. Do not trust her. I have some questions for you. I'm not gonna fucking do either charisma or strength things. Come on. She breaks eye contact, once again facing the river. Call me Pinja. Tervhedis? Yeah. Tervhedis. It's as if she's searching for something. Full name? She closes her eyes. Pinja Athena. Translation. Pinja of the Mend, an elf of the Ilim forest. Interesting. Ilim, an ancient elven empire, now a shell of its former self, once ruled by Ilim, the Mender, a walking god who signed a treaty with Earth. Their great woodland stands as a border between Ascan and Reeds. Athena is an elf title granted to those related to Ilim the Mender. Her words ring hollow, as if she's not really there. What are you doing here? Waiting. She's anxious. Waiting for what? She looks up the pillar of Jor. I have a friend in need of help. I can help. Me too. Me too. I can do that. She shakes her head. No need. I've caused enough trouble as is. Please, I want to help. The elf is quiet. Convince her you can help. You feel a surge of confidence. There is only one way to make her give you this quest. Prove your heroic qualities. You know who I am? The elf does not respond. I'm the man that'll save the world one day. The elf turns and looks at you. If your friend needs help, I'm the guy to do it. She stares at you for a while, taking you in. Then she gives you a little smile. Success.
What's the quest, my fair lady?
Sorry, anytime I ever see My Fair Lady or Milady or anything like that, it's just like, oh god, just spawn the fedora on top of my skull like that weird hat head commercial. Remember that weird fucking commercial where it was just like a person's born with their head in the shape of a hat like it's a growth, and I'm like, what the fuck was that about? Like, what the fuck was that commercial about? I'd see it all the time on Twitch. She looks away once more. There's a paladin, Lord Gorm of Norvik. The missing paladin? She nods. He is a city paladin. He's lost his way. Completely. Is he here on Tolstad? She glances towards the pillar. Her look is stern. He is close. She means he is physically close, but spiritually far gone. Or the other way around. I cannot say much, but if I could have just one more chance. She holds back great anger and sadness. If you can find him, Ragan, tell him sincerely and with all of my heart,
that he can go fuck himself.
The tone of her voice is like the shriek of a banshee. She knows you too well. Gorm is not her friend. He's not the one in danger. Who's your friend, then?
She is...
The elf closes her mouth and shakes her head. She is protective of her friend. A good soul. Where can I find him? She shakes her head. Can you tell me anything that would help me on this quest? Leaning forward, she whispers to you.
One thing. Lord Gorm might be lost.
She smiles.
But you don't have to be.
Truth. She looks up towards the clouds, where the pillar disappears into the blue. There is yet hope for all of us. If I find him, I will let you know.
Thank you.
Quest acquired. Well done. Now you just need to find a lost, drunk, famous paladin somewhere in this massive maze of a city. Fun times. What do you know about the tea shop?
Sad, what happened?
She looks down to the river. I agree, a tragedy. Tea shops are sacred. The elf does not appear to listen to you. She simply nods and mutters.
Are you here to look into the tea shop?
More or less, yes.
Oh, what do you think happened?
Rogue spellcaster? You see the elf look at you with her piercing eyes.
Thank you for your service.
Are you saying to give me to stop asking you questions? Master, I'm gonna look tough. It's no biggie. It's my duty, nothing else. Are you saying that just to get me to stop asking you questions? The elf says nothing and just turns away again. She is grieving. How are you connected with this missing paladin? She shakes her head slowly. Got it. She nods. Bow your head and leave. You feel a great emotion well up inside as you turn and leave. Tears. Tears for her and her friend. Hey, cleric, you okay? It's just a lot. He glances out at the horizon. Yeah, sure. I'll get you. He thinks the view is wonderful as well. This journey will take much. I can sense this game's gonna have a lot of really good conversations. What is this? Old symbol of an old regime. Alright. If I find another shrine, I'm going to try and prepare speak with animals, because I have a feeling that crab could have some things to say. Potentially. Like maybe you saw the perp. Wait, if I need to be able to get back down to the, if I can find... I could just go prepare my spells at that shrine again. Yeah, let's just go do that. Let's go prepare, speak with animals, and speak to that crab. And if I have that up, I don't know if a sphinx will count. No, sphinxes tend to have enough intelligence to speak. God damn, so many hours spent and you're just talking to people, but it's really engaging. Like I'm engaged as hell in this world. Genuinely, this is great. All right, prepare spells. I want to prepare Charm Person, Grease, Speak with Animals, and Prayer of Healing, and... Do I want Shield of Faith or Cure Wounds? Prayer of Healing is like multi-party heals, so... Honestly, having Cure Wounds and Prayer of Healing right now would be a bit redundant. So, yeah, let's go with that. Oh, excuse me, stretching my back. Okay. So that's done. All right. I'm going to go ahead and cast it now. No reason to cast that spell. Oh, I probably cast it in conversation. Okay. Oh, hello. What is that? Someone's there. No, I don't have a map. I have no idea whether or not I even get a map. Let's try and enter the pillar crossing again and... see about talking to that crab. Oh, hello, what is that? Your muscles tense up. A face of iron appears from nothing. You hear the goblin say something to you. Dagger! Dagger, one-handed piercing weapon, good at making holes in clerics. He doesn't need to raise his voice. You know the gravity of the word. Pain incoming. There's no time for introspection. Get ready, now! Roll initiative. Okay, good initiative. Also, ad break in 5 minutes. Alright, I go first. Blood pumping. All of you ready for death. This guy wants to kill you. Don't let him. Can't you ask him to put the blade away? Take a deep breath. Get it together. Look at Snell. Just a glance and it's clear. The goblin is moving. You're already behind. Attempt to regain composure. A deep breath. You close your eyes. It feels like a minute, but with your body's current bioperception, there's no doubt it has only been a few split seconds. Now you are ready to strike. The masked one is ready. The masked one immediately rushes forward, the sharp dagger thrusts towards its target. You feel the steel brushing up against your chest. The ring mail underneath is the only thing keeping you from being gashed open. Snell gets ready to attack. His eyes quickly assess the situation. The goblin glances at the dagger, almost piercing your chest. He then rushes forth, aiming a decisive blow against the masked one's left leg. It hits, not by much, but enough to stagger the masked one. After the initial attack, the masked one goes in for another attempt. This will not continue for much longer. This fool will run away. You must stop him. Quickly check your wound. You tap a hand against your neck. The area hurts, but more importantly, it is not wet. You will live. 'Tis but a flesh wound. You clench your gloved fist and ram it as hard as you can into the mask. You can clearly see it's made out of metal. You knew it would hurt to punch him there. You also know it hurts more to have an iron plate break your nose. Ugh! He mutters and staggers back. Once again, the masked one lunges forward. The dagger now aimed for your vitals. This will not break you. His movements, they are deliberate. They are desperate. The masked one does not do this out of devotion. It is fear. Cleric, look out! The dagger hits. Oh! Right below your neck artery. The shock sends a shiver through your system. The complicated shock of both being aware of a sharp object piercing your skin while also not feeling any pain is strange. Fuck! You hear a weak voice behind the mask. His breath short and strained. Your goblin companion jolts his arm to the side and a thick string appears out of his sleeve. It's a long woven cord with a pouch in its center, along with an iron ball. Yeah! A loud thud explodes from the lower left hip of the masked one. Ugh! He squeaks. Direct hit. The masked one seeks your death, but not a real fight. They will not seek further violence this day. Is it over? He is dead set on escaping at this point. Maybe you should let him. The battle is over. Stay and be safe. Let him go. I'm almost dead. Taking the opportunity, you watch the masked one turn and dash away. Within seconds, they disappear within an esoteric visual illusion. Within a few steps, the guy's just gone. Did he just... Invisibility. Yes, they disappeared too quickly. It was magic, all right. Invisibility spell, yep. Huh. Hey, the case, this is bad. He rubs his chin. Someone wants us dead. Or you, most likely.
Must investigate carefully.
He sighs. Yep, another one on the list.
Adrenaline wearing off. Beware. Everything is a bit wobbly.
Oh boy. Cleric, do you need any...
He motions towards his neck. The location in which you were stabbed. Feel your neck. You press a hand against your neck, right where you felt the blade. Well, we'll see the damage after the ad break. So 3 minutes, hour of no pre-rolls after. So get hydrated, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. Or arcanists. Well, probably anarchists. The Norvikian Sending Office employs many clerics for the express purpose of casting sending across the coast.
Even in complicated ones like that.
Why would an assassin be after you? This warrants an investigation. This bloodlust is something deeper. A devotion. What have you disturbed? Who do you think actually sent that guy?
No clue.
Truth. The goblin knows nothing.
But let's hope they're let's hope they're as bad at their job as that guy was at his.
Yeah, this assassin was really ass.
That mask was weird. Yup, gives me the creeps just thinking about it. Looked like some old ceremonial thing.
Religious rites, sacrifices, cults. Cultists?
These days, even cults aren't a thing in Norvik.
He gives you a snide smirk.
If you believe the magistrates.
He's implying there is a world underneath the city. The city officials do not know or care for.
Could also be connected with something below.
He snaps his fingers.
We should find a scholar to ask. I've heard there's one on Waterlane, halfling called Snur.
Oh my god. Sorry. Sneeze went through.
If we head by, I could have a chat with him.
Why attack us?
Great question. My initial guess, an enemy of Lady Sageleaf.
He furrows his brows.
One let an insult like that slide.
Perhaps it has to do with your supposed tumble into the river. Surely it must. The goblin's problem? The goblin's problem, or yours? Death follows you, cleric. Glance down into the abyss and move on. The ambient groan of Norvik's red rock echoes below. The river coursing around you, hugging you. Look down. You glare into the darkness. And as you do, you almost feel like something stares back. Your companion clicks his tongue.
Fuck this. They can't get away with that. Not on our streets.
There's something down there, Snell. He joins you in staring into the abyss. Then he nods.
I know.
You stood your ground. Somehow you lived to tell the tale. This attack was coordinated. Not very effectively, but nonetheless planned. There will be more coming. The mask. It has a meaning. You need to uncover it. Snell checks around the crossing, a weary scowl on his face.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah. Well, I'm casting that fucking spell. Much better. Sorry, I just had that sneeze really... Ugh. Okay, so I cannot... So I cannot eat more than my exhaustion points because exhaustion permanently decreases my health. Oh, that really isn't good. Simi... So that's the dorm of the Asgalist people that we talked to. Dormitory out of commission. Water lane. God, there's so much to the city. A dwarf gazes across the dockyard.
A cleric? Sorry, I'm busy.
All right. Some coins. Wishes never granted. A griffin? Beware those fangs, and the rest too.
You approach a ball of feathers and wings and really, really sharp claws. A magnificent creature. This is a griffin. It is a somewhat intelligent magical beast. Griffin, a famous magical beast of Old Dominior. Terribly useful monsters. Terribly useful mounts. Well, mounts are monsters. Useful mounts, used by those with the funds to support their breeding and taming. Most famously by the Sturm Riders. Sturm Riders, a group of highly skilled griffin riders. These days they are employed by several free cities of reeds. Simply cast Speak with Animals. That should lessen the pain of negotiation. A first level divination spell grants you the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts. These conversations can be surprisingly insightful. You see a pool of drool forming underneath the open beak of the beast. Wait, look behind it. There's an entrance to the warehouse on the other roof. If you want to get inside, you're going to have to get past this bad boy. The mythical beast snores gently before you. I don't even want to ask what the plan is here. What a majestic creature. Snell, don't you want to pet it too?
No, thank you. And seriously, be careful. I'm not cleaning up your guts if that thing skewers you.
Okay, well now Okay, you know what? I'll probably do the Speak with Animals thing another time. I want to go to the Sphinx, because frankly... Oh, shit. Because, like, yeah, we have the exhaustion point on, and I know we still have, Darrow to talk to. So I guess having multiple death saves on me really can wreck your ability to do stuff, which makes sense. Who's this? Miss Nearly. A cave goblin. Another goblin. This one is looking to escape. She works hard, but only in ways that improve her craft, her passion. She does not care for politics or the world at large, yet she tries to uphold a sense of understanding in order to further her art. Okay. Let's talk. The goblin seems to be playing around with the strings of her instrument. She's tuning it. Hey! Her entire body jolts when she sees you. She's frightened by the Earthguard colors.
I'm playing in a second, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Take your time. She finishes whatever she was doing to her instrument. All right, let's hear this shit. Don't dance. It'll hurt your chances at anything in this here tavern. Let her play.
Okay, here we go.
There's a small plate with a fair bit of crowns scattered about the surface. The goblin glances at you as you approach the donation bowl, but she keeps playing. I want to donate crowns here. You do. How much, though? Don't go overboard. She's an artist. They're rich. No, they're not. Highly unlikely. Let's go 10 crowns. You place a handful of crowns into the bowl. A good amount. She bows her head to you without skipping a beat in the song. Give her a thumbs up. She doesn't look at you. Don't disturb her while she's playing. No, I'm not gonna... No, don't disturb her. Who's this? Smarter Thanug. Nope. I don't get shit from this guy. The goblin glances at you. His eyes lit up for a second, but then he notices Snell.
Smarter.
Snell?
Don't cause any trouble.
Okay. Snell motions for both of you to leave the guy alone. A little smarter? He just stares at you. Scared? No, plotting.
Leave him.
As the two of you take a step away, Snell sighs. Smarter is a notorious pickpocket. Don't let him get too close. You should learn from Smarter.
Fuck off. I'm not saying that first option. Like, you truly can go through some belligerent routes in this game.
So he's a rogue like me. Snell shakes his head. No, look, I'm talking a real, actual, pathological kleptomania case. Like a can't keep his hands away from pockets type deal. Except Smarter, he fails every single time, hurting himself in the process.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think he ever gotten away with anything, so just be careful around him. I don't want him hurting himself again.
Okay, let's not stick around then. Oh, so he's a kleptomaniac that's bad at stealing. Also, I have not saved in a minute. I'm going to quick save here. And I'm going to do a... Jesus, we have not saved since we started. And we're still in day 1. Holy shit. Okay, so there's the bar matron. Can I talk to her? She looks cool. Can I not re-roll that? Need to rest before... Okay, no.
It would seem it would be something akin to 1,000 a month. Standard fare, really. Obviously, all of my propriety deals would have to be included in that. Obviously. Which would make it more akin to double that price at least.
The orc woman places her cup on the counter and leans forward.
We hope you'll consider it.
The fiendish woman behind the counter gives her a wide, sharp grin. Vera turns to leave and almost walks right into you.
Oops. Cleric. Lovely to see you again, but I can't stop to chat. Do swing by Waterlane later, will you?
As the orc steps past you leaves the tavern, you look over to the woman behind the bar. She locks eyes with you while putting away the orc's cup. Approach. Okay, so I can talk to her.
Ricksbitter.
Local taverner. Motherfucker! I am really rolling poor. Behind the counter stands a woman of fiendish origin, focused on filling one of the taps, and immediately stops when she notices you approaching. A tiefling. Tiefling, a folk with demonic or devilish blood in their veins, often have features such as horns, tails, red or blue skin color, and various esoteric abilities. Oh, she has hooves, too! That's cute! Wow, not many times you ever see tieflings embodied with... Or, not embodied, like, designed with hooves. That's cute. Demon. A chaotic evil fiend. They are mostly bloodthirsty monsters and rage-crazed barbarians fallen out of Heishi. But some of their more civilized spawn do reign in the cities and realms surrounding the Endless Maw.
Welcome to the Drunken Sphinx. My good lord, a cleric! How lovely to see the city stop by.
She gives you her full attention.
Name's Ricksbitter. I'll be your server tonight. I'll be serving you tonight.
This woman is a perfect hub of information. Pick her brain. I'm not... No! I want to pick your brain.
That could be arranged,
she says, giving you a big smile. Thank you, that's very kind.
I know, I've got a big heart. The biggest,
she says with a wink. Can ask a bunch of info.
Sure. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask. I know more than most in this sprawling city of ours. Oh, Snell!
She exclaims as she notices him over the counter.
Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Want something to drink?
I'm on the clock. He nods towards you.
Oh, you're the escort, eh?
That's not how I'd phrase it, but sure. She laughs and sticks a sharp finger in your face.
Don't get Snell into too much trouble, you hear? He's already grumpy enough as is.
What's with the,
That's Ulzi's. Yeah, Ulzi's. Great gal. She's a great Genosphinx. She's been here since, like, early Gate era.
Genosphinx. A monstrous being often found undertaking missions for the gods.
a feminine force capable of seeing through time and space, collector of ancient lore and dispenser of riddles, known to test mortals to uncover their true worth.
But good luck getting more than that out of her.
She always drink this much?
Yeah, that's the only reason this place stays open. She lets us all hang around her sacred chamber, and in return, I get her pumped on the river wine. Coast wine, if it's not too much work. Wait. Cost wine is not that much more worse than regular city rent.
Thanks for telling me about the Sphinx.
No problem, she says with a wide grin.
You two friends, Snell?
No. Don't say that. You're hurting my feelings.
There's tension here. You should mention it. I sense sexual tension between you two. I'm not going to get that invasive. Does Snell spend a lot of time here?
You don't need to ask her. It's not relevant. He does, she says, ignoring his comment. Although, this was the most convenient third place for the HBWT. So it's not like he's got too many options. We've got all the wonderful goblin we could need here, every night.
Great, I've got some other questions.
Of course.
What do you know about the tea shop?
It blew up.
She looks shocked. Are you a witness? She gives you a quick shrug.
Wasn't here. Not my usual on Tolstad over noontime. Not usually on Tolstad over noontime. I'm more of a night gal, obviously. So I'm not much help, sadly. I've just heard the regular. But I can recommend talking to the kid at the kiosk upstairs. His brother comes in here often, and I overheard him talking about it.
Yes, I spoke with Arn.
Great. Hope you didn't scare him too much. Kidding.
Tell me about the owner of the tea shop.
Drummer. He's a real piece of work. Like, I'm impressed that he kept that tea shop afloat for so long, but... Look, I just don't know the rumors, Kay. I
love rumors. She leans in with a smirk.
Same. Drummer kept the tea shop full of Asgalists, mostly young ones. But supposedly, he'd been working with the Free Striders on the side. Like some kind of spy, she laughs. Could you imagine?
Does he come here often?
Yeah.
Is that a maybe?
Look, I see him around. He's not a regular. But when he does show up, he's loud and wants to perform. You know.
She gestures, drumming on the counter.
Not the greatest patron.
Do you think he blew up the tea shop himself?
No.
She shakes her head and repeats her answer.
No, that bird couldn't make a ballsy move like that. Now, run away from it, for sure. That's what I'd expect. And indirectly, I'd be surprised if he's not at least a little to blame.
Where do you think he's at?
Well, I do remember him mentioning something of an escape plan one time.
Really? That sounds very relevant.
The bird was drunk, okay? Muttered something about covering every liability. And how his escape plan was... Look, I thought it was a bad joke. But he said, from what I can recall, that his plan was to sneak into a crate and ship himself to Reed's.
Idiotic. You'd have to survive for weeks in a tiny cramped space. Some birdfolk can survive for months without sustenance, and if he had friends on board, they could just let him out after they passed the immigration control. This bird is smarter than I thought.
I mean, I'm sure it happened before at some point, historically.
She shrugs.
Drunken ramblings, but if I were you, I'd check Waterlane.
That's it for now.
Sure.
Do you know a man called Frank, son of Frank? Your question causes her to let out a hearty laugh.
I'm so happy I'm not the one having to ask this stupid fucking question. Oh, I'm afraid I haven't.
I like Snell. He's fun.
Sorry, cleric.
She eventually manages to tell you. She cannot help you. I'm searching for a paladin. She shakes her head.
Don't expect to find much. Haven't seen Lord Gorn for weeks.
You know him?
I've handed him a few drinks. I've handed him drinks a few times, exchanged a few words. So sure, I know him.
What does he look like?
Big guy, Earthguard-like outfit, but with more gold. Not the type you'd like to arm wrestle. Other than that, green eyes, blonde, long hair.
Does he wear a helmet?
Oh no, never actually. He's always showed off the golden locks. Guess his proclivity for vanity very much surpassed your own, cleric, she says with a playful smile.
You ever hear him say anything suspicious?
She laughs. Look, drunkards say all kinds of shit. Can't read too much into it.
What did you hear?
Mostly a bunch of ranting about how every single political entity in the city should be burned to the ground. Some typical pro-human slogans. You know the stuff.
That sounds just like the objective truth. So Lord Gorham is a fascist. Got it. I'm sure he has his reasons for being upset. I told him to shut his mouth. So Lord Gorham is a fascist. Got it.
She laughs. Might be simplifying the issue a bit, but sure.
Do you know where I could find him?
I hear all kinds of rumors, cleric. Either he's cracked under the pressure and started living as a fisherman, or a beggar on Water Lane. Or he died in the tunnels below fighting undead abominations. Or he's jumped on a ship to Muletown. Maybe Lord Gorham wants to head out into the infinite wastes through Toll's Pass. Either way, I don't think you're going to find him, cleric. But maybe there's some clues as to his fate somewhere on Tolstad.
Who knows? Thank you for the info.
You're welcome.
You read the Asgal chant?
Nah, not my scene. But since the tea shop went poof, I've got a lot more patrons bringing it in here. Wonder why. Very strange.
She winks. Why?
She sighs and rolls her eyes. Duh. Asgals loved that tea shop. Now they're slowly trickling in here.
Where is it printed?
No clue. Hear it somewhere on Tolstad, though. In some dark corner. Probably a group of angry dwarves, I imagine.
Is the Asgal chant a big newspaper?
Oh, gods, no. It's just very popular It's just a very popular copper paper.
Oh, try say popular copper paper very fast. Like, try doing that 3 times. Who writes the articles in it?
She shrugs. Group of angry dwarves? Look, there's a reason why nobody knows anything about this damn thing. It's illegal. Whoever's printing it doesn't have a license, so the city keeps trying to bust them. It's sort of funny when you think about it.
What do the people think about it?
That is ridiculous. You've got the 3rd largest political paper in the city, and it's printed in the shadows. Nobody knows who the chanter is, and every article is just signed off as written by a concerned citizen. It's very dramatic, but other than that, people either hate it or love it, depending entirely on their politics.
Is it a magical newspaper?
No, just a very cheap one, printed and distributed in mysterious ways.
It's impressive.
Agreed. And they've run it for like 2 years, I think. Crazy long time. It'll be one hell of a story once they get caught. If.
Is this paper political?
Oh, not at all. Not at all. Indeed. It's in fact the only newspaper in existence that's ever managed to be completely apolitical in every way, shape, and form.
Truly?
Okay, no, I'm joking, obviously. The Asgal chant is clearly a highly politicized paper. It's clearly filled to the brim with Asgal propaganda.
That's all for now about the paper.
All right.
You hear anything about the masked assassin running around Tolstad?
No? Sounds like a cult.
Could it really be a cult?
Wouldn't be the first. Nor the last, probably. We had that death cult a couple years ago that ran amok. What was it called? Blorg something?
She remembers the Blorgorn blood cult, remnant of a minor but powerful god that grew during the Coast War. They had an offshoot in Norvik when you were little. You heard about them a lot as the Earthguard fought day and night to eliminate them under the city. Bulgorg, they were horrifying.
They were. Then there's elemental cultists popping up every now and then, but most of them are pretty tame. Or at least they stay deep enough underground and not bother citizens too much.
Snell laughs. And who do you think keeps him there?
Oh, I know it's you. You give him one angry stare like that and they're running back to their burrows, eh?
The goblin mutters something under his breath. They're trying to kill me.
Oh no, that's not good. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The city is strong and eternal, right?
They're actually quite bad assassins from what I could see.
Oh, nothing to worry about then.
Tell me everything you know about these cult assassins. Of course, so... She leans forward over the counter and stares at you. Your companion looks at her and then back to you. The fiend keeps staring. Hello? She gives you a serious expression and nods. Wait. She claps her hands together. Okay, cleric, that's all I know. Thanks for asking, though. So she literally just kind of, like, her most roundabout way of going, I don't know anything. Wow. What are you voting in the election? That's a cheeky question. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Well, if you're being so nice about it, then I'll have to. You've made this woman very happy. Early on, I thought about voting for the Agricultural Party. They had a big focus on small business owners. That's me. But obviously, they moved over to a bigger working class focus and now are completely swallowed by Asgalism. So now I'm leaning towards the Free Striders. They want to build up the economy and increase trade, which would directly make my life so much easier. Plus, it's hard to ever vote for the Nationalists when they want my kind to be a second-class citizen. And the Free Striders will let you buy your way to first class, and the Free Striders will let you buy to... Let me reread that and get some water. And the Free Striders will let you buy your way to first class, or what? She gives him a half smirk. Something like that. So, why not vote green? She holds up a hand and gives you an incredulous look. I like to keep my profits, duh. Your companion scoffs. You like the Agricultural Party? Liked. They had a neat manifesto, okay? Freedom of movement and business type shit. You're a Free Strider then. Hey, just because I'll vote for them doesn't mean I'm dedicated for life. They happen to be the most useful for my business, nothing else. What would make more trade for... Why would more trade make your life easier? She looks around. Tolstad is already a hotbed for travelers coming in from all around the coast. And if the tariffs are lowered, especially between Reedsian cities... Yeah, Reedsian. God, I need to remember the pronunciations. We'll be seeing twice as much traffic on Water Lane. That means twice as many patrons. I might even have to expand. Yeah, Free Striders are all about, like, great big market expansions, but it's also about, like, you stomp all over everybody else to... It is essentially, like, eternal growth capitalism. Something that all of us are very familiar with right now. Sounds to me like you don't understand... no. Fuck fascism. Give her a high five. She enthusiastically meets your hand in a satisfying smack. Holy shit. Hell yeah. That's all the politics for now. Okay. Tell me about yourself. Please do dive in, cleric. Anything in particular you'd like me to rant about? Tell me about your business. My favorite topic. I've got several businesses, in fact. Some people call me a bit of a serial entrepreneur. So, it's just a tavern, not an inn? Not an inn, sadly. I've been thinking of expanding, but as you might imagine, it's quite difficult, especially with all the wonderful complexities created by our dear Home Lord. Home Lord, the magistrate handling construction, public works, housing, mapping, as well as sewers and waterworks, currently held by Tondedral Solderfeld in the housing district. The housing district, one of five districts in Norvik, the poorer area on the west side of the river, named as such due to the Earth folk originally being housed here while Earth cleared out the ruins in what is now known as the palace. Oh. So the original areas are actually extremely poor when Earth then cleared out this one area, and then that area became the really big, important place to live in and is now probably the most expensive. If only the city held another City Below crusade, then I might be able to dig out a few rooms, but for now, it's just a tavern. Though usually a local cat holds dance classes here once a week. That's paused during the election, though. Anyhow, I'm rambling. Did you want a story about how he procured this location? Tell me your story, but focus on the tavern. Tell me everything. We'd be here all day. Oh, gods.
but I can do a quick rundown if you want. Sure, I started off printing, believe it or not, so many years ago at this point. There was a great boom in the industry right when my horns were budding. Did you know we had over 12 papers in circulation at its peak? Crazy. I ended up with way more capital than I anticipated, which gave me the opportunity to invest quite heavily. And you know me, she says and winks.
You do not. This woman is overly familiar for a living. Admirable.
I took one big risk for a big reward. A little bit of agriculture, a little bit of politics. Signed some deals with the Free Striders, some with the agriculturists. Or whatever they call themselves these days. My main business today is actually textile manufacturing. Started a mill 2 years ago with the most inspirational woman you've ever met. Suffragettes? Yeah. Suffragettes, windows, immigrants, or Norvikians alike. Or widows, yeah, not windows.
Suffragettes? Yeah, I think suffragettes, an activist group formed by dwarven women in the early days of the suffrage movement. When human women began joining the group, they eventually won over the palace, and universal suffrage was ordered.
We're building a new world of feminine industry.
She's giving a chance to those who often cannot make their own wages. Wonderful. She must be making a shit ton of coin. Good for her.
This tavern was born out of my meeting with Ulzis, I think.
She nods her head in the direction of the massive sphinx at the end of the chamber.
She's guarded this place for centuries, millennia. God's only knows how long. Even our good Lord Earth just let her be. But I managed to get her to open up a bit. A few drinks later and we got a contract signed.
To convince a sphinx, a creature sent by the very high gods to alter her life's mission, this woman must be highly persuasive.
Today it's a highly successful establishment with patrons from all around the world. Things are a bit slow these days with the whole tea shop drama. But alas, things will pick up soon again, I'm sure.
That is not how you use alas in a sentence.
Oh, right. Yeah, alas doesn't even need to be there.
Oh yeah, she talks so damn much you barely even picked up on it.
You devil, demon, or fiend?
Neither, you know. I suppose the city classifies me as a fiendish guest citizen, or whatever the legal definition is.
That means she can vote, but she can't hold office. Wow. Okay, tieflings can't hold office in this. That's fucked.
But my blood origin is demon, like all the houses of fire.
She does not like talking about this too much, which is why she stops herself from ranting any more than she already has.
She winks and says, I try not to flaunt it too much. Tends to get the boys a bit too excited, you know?
I don't know.
Fair.
How'd you end up here?
Long story.
Oh, gods.
I'll keep it short. I'm sure you've got better things to do. Essentially, family from Heishi was born in Vorgeni, raised in reeds during the worst of the revolution.
Vorgeni, one of the 8 bands along the coast, an upland of crags, marshland, and gravity-defying mountainous terrain, home of giants, shamanistic humans, and tribal gnome folk.
Left my family behind and came here to start anew. Now I'm building businesses left and right. Ascan is a wonderful land of promise, full of promise. I love it here.
She leans in and smirks.
Thank you so much for taking in an outcast like myself, cleric.
She's too close. Tell her to back off. I do not answer for the Visa and Immigration Guild.
Yeah, I know. I meant on a, cultural basis. I've always felt very welcomed in Norvik.
What's your mother's maiden name?
She squints. Am I allowed to say that? Isn't that a curse thing? Like knowing the true name of a devil or something?
No, just the name of your mother-in-law. You should keep secret.
Really?
No idea. I mostly make shit up.
All right, well, let's just move on and I'll keep that secret, just in case, okay?
She winks at you. You are unaffected by the wink.
How do I get to the Undercoast?
I don't know.
She points downwards. Head down until gravity flips. Never been there myself. All right, no more personal questions. Oh, too bad. That's all for now. Thank you, citizen. I like her. She's fun. What the fuck is this? An old well. You approach the old well. It's dry. And very, very deep. Is this a wishing well? No. I wish I was the greatest knight in all of Ascani. Nothing happens.
Aren't you look at that? That must mean you're already the greatest knight, right?
Look down the well. You see only darkness. I feel like Featherfall might be needed for that, if that's a spell we can get. Alright, I think I may stop after we talk to the Sphinx, because we are past the 4-hour mark. I know I wanted to talk to Darrow, but considering we need to talk to him at midnight, yeah, that's gonna be a minute before we do so, but I'm gonna save again. Again, I really love the NPCs in this. They're very fun. Alright, I'm gonna drink some water before we continue. Ulzis, Vault Guardian. I just know some of the monster fuckers are always gonna say wood. So yeah, she's somehow convinced an immortal Sphinx to just be chill with her making a tavern here. Hey, there we go. Ulzis, Vault Guardian, Monstrosity, level 14. Thousands of years spent guarding a hole in reality. Remember, her perception is beyond your ability to conceive. For her, a day is a fleeting moment, unless you make it memorable. A Genosphinx giving out riddles, a woman searching for something, anything, even remotely interesting about these scurrying mortals. Why else allow them into her lair like this? She's not being exploited. Whatever deal she struck with the tavern keeper, this beast of Jor could break it at any moment. None of them hold any power over her. Yet she cannot leave. So she can't leave her lair, and she's full within her power to completely destroy this, but she doesn't because she just likes to see people and wants to, you know, be... She wants something interesting in her life. A lull falls out of the chambered cheer. Just a beat of uncertainty at this cleric steps before the tavern's singular attraction. You have the bravado to wow her. Be exactly what you are. Do exactly as you do. She, along with everyone else, will love you all the same. Charisma, I don't know if I could riz a Sphinx. Look up at her. Towering, you stare at this somewhat feline creature up on the stage. A living myth, currently taking a swig out of a barrel. Clearly not paying you any mind. Antecipalian. Antecipalian. Old Diminorian term meaning before the closing of the gates. Used to refer to those who lived before the end of the gate era exactly 2,027 years ago. Closing. A term for the closing of the gates, the event which ended the gate era occurred exactly The scent of cheap wine lingers in the air, along with an esoteric sensation. A Genosphinx is not to be trifled with. Her physical characteristics are enough to crush everything that is you. However, she will not have to raise a paw, for her magical prowess could exile you from Jor's realm in an instant. Tread carefully. Greetings. The Sphinx looks down at you. Meeting her glowing blue gaze makes you feel like you're falling far, far below the world. There are eras of wisdom behind those eyes. Her expression turns dark. Dark tidings bring you to the hearth. She speaks low and rolling. You see a hint of chaos in her movements, unfocused. A helmed dog, dragging its leash around the vestiges of Jor. She extends a claw, thick as your arm, and pokes you in the stomach. Woof. Woof. Her expression grows lighter, then she lets out a deep breath. It smells like an old basement full of booze. She liked that. Somehow you've appeared witty to her. She takes another sip from her barrel, not looking at you. Watch yourself, cleric, he whispers to you. All this isn't one for idle chit-chat. Turn to him. You know the Sphinx? He shakes his head. Every night there's a drunken jackass that asks for a riddle. She usually doesn't hurt them.
It's fine, Snell. I can handle this creature. I'll be careful then.
Wise words.
I have so many questions for you. The massive claws tapped in boredom.
Then ask, little one. See if you can spark my interest.
Isn't it lonely to hang out here for millennia? She takes a deep breath.
I must remember that my perspective on time is different from a mortal's. When one views events on a scale measured in eras, a chat like this is but a fleeting blink among a heaven of stars.
She speaks from a pool of knowledge deeper than your entire potential existence. Hanging around so there's no dude sphinx in your life then? I am not. That's a very tempting line because that's very funny. Hanging around tavern can't be too lonely, right?
Times have changed indeed. During what you call the arcane era, I had few visitors. These days, I am inclined to enjoy the life surrounding me, even with its occasional annoyances. While the average quality of my conversations might have declined, there is value in communicating with all manner of creatures. Knowledge comes in all shapes. If the world is full of imbeciles, then knowing imbeciles will let you know the world. And if that is the case, then how many of those people truly can be called stupid?
It's good that you have friends. No one should have to be all alone.
That is a very human perspective, but thank you.
So everything is going really fast for you? The Sphinx takes a moment.
When a child grows, a house once thought massive will soon start to feel cramped. As time grinds on, the idea of today is no longer a canyon of possibilities. For me, that house is minuscule.
What about this then? Try jumping side to side really quick. The Sphinx follows your movements with a stale expression. Your impressive movements. You keep it up for almost a full minute before you feel your legs grow sluggish. Your companion stares at you with an open mouth.
How's the size of the house now?
The Sphinx has an inscrutable expression on her face, watching you pant like a dog.
Those were some spectacular jumps, little one.
She is being patient with you, but also somewhat entertained? Or is she just being sarcastic?
But please, calm down.
Okay. The Sphinx nods. Mortality makes life beautiful.
I've heard that countless times, yet it always comes from those trapped in its clutches. I suppose perspective is everything.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna do it. So there's no dude Sphinx in your life? Her expression changes subtly. You touch upon a sensitive subject.
I have found that when this question is put to me, despite my vast age, despite my demeanor, despite everything, the inquirer is not referring to companionship.
She taps the claw, a claw.
You wish to speak of reproduction, little one.
Cleric, you hear a harsh whisper. Are you sure about this?
Is it an awkward subject?
Yes. Most mortals find this discussion to lead into very uncomfortable territory.
Are you uncomfortable talking about it?
Not at all. I can rant about it all day.
You know what? Sure. Her intense glare grows more esoteric.
There are many lower races of Sphinx, some more bestial than others. Apart from often serving lesser purposes, they also share a common characteristic.
She frowns. That was the Sphinx equivalent of spitting on the ground.
They are all male.
How dreadful.
Indeed. Each of these degenerate Sphinxi...
Is that it? Sphinxi?
Yeah. Sphinxi then naturally crave the companionship of my kind. For a Genosphinx to lower herself to their level, it is simply unthinkable. Then how...
These bestial sphinxes really work on themselves. Any man who would desire such beauty in his life should really better themselves. She gives you a quick laugh.
These creatures will never reach such heights. It's not in their nature. The degenerate races of Sphinx were born wicked and craven. These creatures are no more similar to I than a horse to a donkey. No, not even this, as it implies some level of closeness. A horse god to a painting of a donkey. Tch. This misconception of our similarity will plague me for eternity. But considering them a legitimate partner, creating more...
The Sphinx shakes her head.
A true man is his mind. He is not violent by nature, nor is he afraid of action. He is decisive yet tolerant. He is wise yet still ready to learn. A true man is a riddle.
They cannot be redeemed. Do they not have free will? Good on you for stopping them from reproducing, making the world better one sexless day at a time. They cannot be redeemed?
Not as long as they live. However, there is a more civilized Sphinx apart from my own kind, of course.
The glow in her eyes intensifies. She enjoys thinking of this manly creature.
The Androsphinx, a beautiful, powerful servant of the gods. Few inhabit this coast of ours. Yet those that do...
Her voice trails off. A bitter taste spreads. There is more than a history here. There are lifetimes. Are assholes? She snaps her gaze back at you.
They are, like all men, insufferably prideful.
I'm sensing a story here.
There's always a story. Every bias is brought from perspective.
Sorry.
Every bias is brought from perspectives, after all.
She takes a sip from her barrel and leans on her paw. Or leans her head on a paw.
Hear my tale. During the early days, when the gates stood open, one winter, long ago, I was tasked to guard a passage on the border of an empire you will never know. That empire's goddess sent an Androsphinx to guard the very same passage. His name was Trembleum. Our meeting was by chance and by fate.
You were both sent to guard the same gate?
We had the same mission, sent by different powers. A simple mishap. Trem was a gallant specimen. He spoke with an air of grandeur and purpose. It was easy to spend hours in his company, days, then months. Though we became increasingly physical in our relations, our conversations steadily became more stale. After years of sharing a lair, I sensed a bitter tone gnawing its way into every interaction between us. He would berate my every action. He would go on month-long hunting trips and come back empty-handed. He would end every philosophical discussion or debate, even those we had with visitors, with snarky comments. Tell me, with whom do you believe this venom originated? Which one of us would be at fault, so to say?
Maybe you two just weren't compatible?
An understatement. I pushed for him to tell me where this irritable act of his came from. After many long arguments, he relented. Guess what Trem confessed to be the cause of this toxic behavior.
He was bored of the relationship. It's not a sex thing, is it? Bored of the relationship?
She laughs. Not even that.
She takes a big gulp from her wine barrel.
He says I was arrogant, that I could never be wrong, that I was stubborn.
Those words are tinged with bitterness and contempt. This Androsphinx had a deeper, more venomous meaning behind his statement. There's a meaning behind his words. She raises an eyebrow.
You surprise me, little one. It took time for me to truly understand why he would say such a thing. Eventually, I figured it out. Trem was intimidated by me. For the half-century we spent together, he never once could keep up in our debates. He never could solve my best riddles, nor even understand many of the most basic of philosophical topics I brought up.
Yeah, so he felt a bit dwarfed in terms of... He felt a bit... I guess he just felt a bit insecure versus how she was able to bring up philosophical topics, have really strong debates, and he just felt like he couldn't keep up and was a bit, as I said, just not able to follow very well and likely developed being very insecure from it.
I never had a problem with this at all. It was endearing to watch him struggle. I never would have assumed such a magnificent man would succumb to the lowest of sins. Pride.
Yeah, so he was too proud to admit that he was struggling to really keep up with her, but she didn't really care that he didn't because she enjoyed his company anyway. God, that fucking sucks. Because at the very least, like, what she's sounding like here is that she liked his company and she liked talking with him even if he wasn't keeping up entirely. Not in a way that felt like she was demeaning to him, but in just, liking watching him learn and try new stuff and be a part of a conversation. But unfortunately, he didn't see it that way. He saw it as like that she was arrogant over him because he was too prideful.
Trem could not stand to be outmatched, at least not in the long run. So we parted ways as amicably as could be given the circumstances. That was my first mission here on this Jor's realm. This Genosphinx has struggled with her hatred for longer than you will ever live. Yet despite the difference in your natures, what she seeks here from you is simply validation. A separation was wise. Inevitable, even. The Sphinx gives you a faint smile. One thing I truly desire is for my mind to delve inwards. That can be done via intellectual incursion of many kinds, dialogues, debates, sharing experiences. Thank you for listening to my tale, little one. She seeks understanding through sharing. By listening, you give her something tiny and fleeting.
Wait, this was a debate? Does that mean you won the debate? Is there a prize? Let's see. Your bias is not wrong, but remember, all folk, man and woman alike, Sphinx or human, are both pitiful, spiteful, and wonderful in their own unique way. Your story is very interesting. I will think about what you have told me here today. Did I win? Did I say the right thing? Also, we have an ad break coming up soon. I feel like she'll get a good response out of this.
Well said. It is not often I am given the chance to be truly surprised by a mortal. And a man, nonetheless.
Thank you, Guardian of the Vault.
Here, this might help you in your quest, little one. Now, any other questions you have for me?
Is this tavern your lair, or your lair a tavern? She lifts the barrel to her lips and holds it there for a moment. Eventually she lowers it and says, "That is indeed a riddle worth pondering." Do you like the hustle and bustle here?
I'm content for now.
Yes. Has anyone ever tried to fight you?
Yes, alcohol tends to lower risk assessment capabilities among mortals, which sometimes ends with violence. Always from a man, strangely enough. I do wonder why.
Not always. You've seen some feisty women during your street watch days. Can I ask why?
Why what?
Why a tavern?
I was convinced.
She glances at the pile of wine by her side.
It was not a battle quickly won, however. Rixbitter worked tirelessly for many an evening to argue her point. Eventually, and completing a few quests on my behalf, I let her rent out a part of my lair, but only for a century.
Oh, is that all? You a big drinker?
I partake. It does little to affect me, but the taste is lovely.
Must cost a lot to get you all this wine.
No, Rixbitter procures it all for me. Such lovely river wine.
She takes another sip.
I've grown to enjoy the taste.
Nice to see you enjoying your tavern lair. I've got other questions.
The Sphinx drinks again. What do you know about the tea shop?
It startled me, which is not an easy thing to do.
I'd imagine you're quite close to it.
Yes, an explosion like that has not been felt in this place for decades at least.
Stay quiet for a few seconds, then jump towards her and yell, "Boo!"
Ah, by the gods, you scared me, little one.
You're so funny, little one. You're so funny, little one.
Giggle and feel proud.
Yes, it reminded me of our darkness, what your people call the Fade era.
The second out of 5 eras, when Jor went silent and the ancient terrors were slowly replaced by those in charge today. This is when humans first arrived, for example. Okay.
It was a time just before I was tasked with guarding this vault. Then Molluska Tullincult of bargaining, often bargained with me for divine knowledge and assistance.
Well, we'll learn more after the ad break, so 3 minutes, then an hour of no pre-rolls. So hydrate, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. All right. I think we're going to continue just through this line of conversation, and then we're probably going to stop because we're at the 4.5-hour mark, and I need to give my throat a rest from all this talking and voice stuff.
I liked those snails. They were good company. I was saddened when their city melted under Esuth's fire. The crackling of those flames, the terrible force that ruined everything in its path. Flames of many colors. Memories of beasts in the days of Jor. Those thoughts stirred in me when I felt that explosion. Old magic.
All right. Yeah, that's going to be it. We'll continue on the tea shop line later, but yeah, as I said, 4.5 hours, and I know it's just after an ad break, but I am ready to stop. My throat's killing me. All right. Well, what a fucking enlightening stream. I had so much fun. Genuinely, like I love getting to experience this world. This is a fascinating game. Like, I would love to play it as a tabletop RPG player in this setting, just to experience it, even if it's like if it's just a set campaign or a one-shot type of deal, I would adore to do that. Fucking awesome stuff. So yeah, we will continue with talking with the Sphinx Ulzis after, or when we play next time, I guess. But yeah, thanks for joining me, everybody. Thanks for the gifted subs earlier. For anybody that got gifted subs, be sure to please go thank the person that gifted. And for those watching on Twitch, thanks for stopping by. For those that watch on YouTube, thanks for watching. If you want to see when I'm live next, I'm usually live on Twitch every weekend or so after 7 p.m. CST. So yeah, barring if I'm ever late for some reason, which, you know, I'll make sure to let you all know on Blue Sky, which is where I'm usually posting about changes to the schedule or sudden delays. So follow me there if you want to see when I'm live next. But other than that, thanks again for joining me, everybody. I really appreciate it. Hope you all have a good rest of your time zones. Stay hydrated, keep your postures checked, be good out there, and I'll see you all next time. Take care of yourselves, everybody. Bye.